In the Father Fuentes interview of December 26, 1957, we have presented to us the final statement to the world of the designated messenger of the Blessed Virgin Mary and sole surviving seer of Fatima. Her message to us was grave. God would punish the world unless the people heeded the message that Our Lady had entrusted to Lucia and her two cousins, Jacinta and Francisco. At that point, some 40 years after the apparitions and the miracle of the sun, few had so heeded. Since the good and the bad had ignored the magnificent profundity of the Fatima event, God would chastise the world after 1960. Sister Lucy was the prophetess of the continual advancement of communism and the imminent Russian scourge, and the prophetess of the modernist revolution that would transform the Catholic Church beyond recognition. Sister Lucy did not leave this world before giving us a way of spiritual survival in these dire times. An attitude of personal responsibility and spiritual self-reliance, devotion to the Immaculate Heart of Mary, and constant recourse to God and His Blessed Mother through the means of the Most Holy Rosary. The scientific investigation of Sister Lucy Truth has clearly shown that we must discount every word that came from the mouth and hand of, quote, Sister Lucy, unquote, after this interview with Father Fuentes. Let us treasure her words here as a pathway to our eternal beatitude. Interview of December 26, 1957. Speaking to the Sisters of Mother House of the Missionaries of the Sacred Heart in Mexico on May 22, 1958, Father Fuentes said, "I want to tell you the last conversation I had with her, Sister Lucy, which was on December 26 of last year. It was in the convent where I found her very sad, pale, and drawn." He then proceeded to read Sister Lucy's words to him at the December 26, 1957 interview. Quote, "Father, the Blessed Virgin is very sad because no one has paid attention to her message, neither the good nor the bad. The good because they continue on the road of goodness, but without paying mind to this message. The bad because of their sins do not see God's chastisement already falling on them presently. They also continue on their path of badness, ignoring the message. But Father, you must believe me that God is going to punish the world and chastise it in a tremendous way. The chastisement from heaven is imminent. The year 1960 is on us, and then what will happen? It will be very sad for everyone, and far from a happy thing if the world does not pray and do penance before then. I cannot give you more details because it is still a secret. By the will of the Blessed Virgin, only the Holy Father and the Bishop of Fatima can know the secret. Both have chosen, however, not to open it in order not to be influenced by it. This is the third part of the message of Our Lady, which still remains secret until 1960. Tell them, Father, that the Blessed Virgin said repeatedly to my cousins Francisco and Jacinta, as well as to me, that many nations would disappear from the face of the earth, that Russia would be the instrument of chastisement from heaven for the whole world if the conversion of that poor nation is not obtained beforehand. Sister Lucy also told me, quote, Father, the devil is fighting a decisive battle against the Virgin, and as you know, what most offends God and what will gain him the greatest number of souls in the shortest time is to gain the souls consecrated to God. For this also leaves unprotected the field of the laity, and the devil can more easily seize them. Also, Father, tell them that my cousins Francisco and Jacinta made sacrifices because they always saw the Blessed Virgin was very sad in all her apparitions. She never smiled at us. This anguish that we saw in her, caused by offenses to God and the chastisements that threaten sinners, penetrated our souls, and being children, we did not know what measures to devise except to pray and make sacrifices." Unquote. Referring to the vision of hell that Our Lady showed her and Jacinta and Francisco, she said, "For this reason, Father, it is my mission not just to tell about the material punishments that will certainly come over the earth if the world does not pray and do penance. No, my mission is to tell everyone the imminent danger we are in of losing our souls for all eternity if we remain fixed in sin. Father, we should not wait for a call to the world from Rome on the part of the Holy Father to do penance, nor should we wait for a call for penance to come from the bishops in our diocese, nor from our religious congregations. No, our Lord has often used these means, and the world has not paid heed. So now each one of us must begin to reform himself spiritually. Each one has to save not only his own soul, but also all the souls that God has placed on his pathway. Father, the Blessed Virgin did not tell me that we are in the last times of the world, but I understood this for 3 reasons. The first is because she told me that the devil is engaging in a battle with the Virgin, a decisive battle. It is a final battle where one party will be victorious and the other will suffer defeat. So from now on, we are either with God or we are with the devil. There is no middle ground. The second reason is because she told me, as well as my cousins, that God is giving 2 last remedies to the world: the Holy Rosary and devotion to the Immaculate Heart of Mary. And being the last remedies, that is to say, they are the final ones, means that there will be no others. And the third, because in the plans of the divine providence, when God is going to chastise the world, he always first exhausts all other remedies. When he sees that the world pays no attention whatsoever, then, as we say in our imperfect way of talking, with a certain fear, he presents us the last means of salvation, his Blessed Mother. If we despise and reject this last means, heaven will no longer pardon us, because we will have committed a sin that the Gospel calls a sin against the Holy Spirit. This sin consists in openly rejecting, with full knowledge and will, the salvation that is put in our hands. Also, since our Lord is a very good Son, he will not permit that we offend and despise his Blessed Mother. We have as obvious testimony the history of different centuries where our Lord has shown us with terrible examples how he has always defended the honor of his Blessed Mother. Prayer and sacrifice are the two means to save the world. As for the Holy Rosary, Father, in these last times in which we are living, the Blessed Virgin has given a new efficacy to the praying of the Holy Rosary. This in such a way that there is no problem that cannot be resolved by praying the Rosary, no matter how difficult it is, be it temporal or above all spiritual, in the spiritual life of each of us or in the lives of our families, be they our families in the world or religious communities, or even in the lives of peoples and nations. I repeat, there is no problem, as difficult as it may be, that we cannot resolve at this time by praying the Holy Rosary. With the Holy Rosary, we will save ourselves, sanctify ourselves, console our Lord, and obtain the salvation of many souls. Then there is devotion to the Immaculate Heart of Mary, our Most Holy Mother, holding her as the seat of mercy, goodness, and pardon, and the sure door to enter heaven. This is the first part of the message, referring to Our Lady of Fatima, and the second part, which is briefer but no less important, refers to the Holy Father." End quote.
A message from Dr. Chojnowski. When you think about the restrictive situation in which a Carmelite nun lives, you can say that the enemies of the Church would see this as one of the easiest venues from which to pull off a substitution. A substitution by one who would follow along with every single aspect of the doctrinal and liturgical revolution of the new Church, along with one that would allow the redirection of the Fatima message to focus upon an affirmation of the modernist revolution and the perpetrators of that revolution. The change worked out perfectly for the perpetrators. It went without a hitch until Sister Lucy Truth decided that it must discover the truth of the matter using the latest scientific, medical, and forensic means available. Without Sister Lucy Truth, the fraud would have remained in place, relegated to the individual intuitions of individuals who could see that there was something very different about these two women. The apparent conspiracy would have succeeded without a hitch. If the Vatican could fool the entire world with this substitution, why could it not fool the relatives of Sister Lucy or quietly pressure them into silence or indifference? Fear of harm is a great motivating factor. Most people do not want their lives interrupted by unpleasant or dangerous situations which do not affect them directly. What about family members who had never actually seen the real Sister Lucy, who apparently disappeared some 60 years ago? Even those who knew her and had actually seen her would eventually lose touch with her, or the presence of the fake would blur a clear perception that a substitution did or might have taken place. Then there is the instinctive tendency, perhaps still had by some, especially those who grew up before the modernist revolution in the 60s, to believe what the good priests and good bishops and good popes are telling them about Sister Lucy. The default position would be to believe them, since you cannot be sure that there is a problem due to the circumstances. Also, you had no direct access to Sister Lucy herself, except with express permission of the Vatican. If the scientific evidence shows that there was a substitution, dating back at least to the early 60s or even to the late 50s, then the relatives who think otherwise are just wrong in their assessment. Many of them may have a story to tell but have not told it yet. That is the purpose for the ongoing Sister Lucy Truth investigation, which is a very public enterprise. What is most surprising, however, is how few people care. That is probably the most shocking aspect of this whole investigation to me personally. The messenger of Fatima was most likely taken out by her enemies in the Vatican and in Coimbra and in who knows where else, and replaced by another woman who assumed her identity. But, so what? You have to wonder about these people's interest in getting to the roots of the attempted taking down of the Catholic Church by her long-term enemies. This is a direct, empirically analyzable piece of forensic evidence pointing to what happened, not only to Sister Lucy but to the Church at large. It is something that can be scientifically proven, one way or another. It either is, or it is not. The women appearing as Sister Lucy either are the same individual, have the same active existence, or they don't. Does it matter to Our Lady and our Lord that the substitution be found out? How could it not? If true, it is a crime crying out to heaven for vengeance. We remember Edmund Burke's words when, during the French Revolution but before the murder of the Queen of France, he said, "Where is the much-touted French chivalry? Why don't they save her even at the cost of their lives?" And the messenger of Our Lady, can her misfortune be overlooked as if it is only of minor concern, a mere attempt to get more clicks for this blog than Taylor Marshall or The Remnant? How petty and self-absorbed have we gotten? How unmanly have we become? If you do not like the way we have done it, or are dissatisfied with our method, then publicly take up the question yourself and seek out the answers for the obvious questions. Otherwise, help us. A final note. The nun you have seen so far in this film is Our Lady of Fatima's messenger, Lúcia dos Santos. Many people don't remember what she really looks like or have never seen the real Lucy. They have only seen the impostor that Paul VI trotted out for the first time in 1967. They were able to get away with this horrendous crime for over 50 years. This is the impostor. Did you think she was the real Lucy? If so, please go to sisterlucytruth.org and read the reports. Thanks for watching.
An update from Sister Lucy Truth. As was even clear 2 years ago, but has become clearer over the past months, when we are dealing with the case of Sister Lucy dos Santos, the actual seer of Fatima, who predicted and witnessed the miracle of the sun on October 13, 1917, we find that we are clearly and undeniably dealing with a case of stolen identity that could be the result of murder, kidnapping, or illicit confinement. The overwhelming evidence backing up that assertion, plus the total lack of real scientific evidence that would argue the contrary, has been presented by Sister Lucy Truth in the public forum, accessible online at sisterlucytruth.org. Based upon the findings present in these reports, we have found that there was an impostor substituted for the real Sister Lucy of Fatima at least by the date of May 13, 1967, when the impostor appeared next to Paul VI when the latter was making an obligatory trip to Fatima to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the first apparition. The woman that appeared on that day has been scientifically identified as the same woman that appeared as Sister Lucy in 1982 when John Paul II, after the assassination attempt against him on May 13, 1981, visited Sister Lucy in his attempt to associate his recovery with the Fatima apparitions and, seemingly, to prepare the ground for the claim that the third secret, given in 1917, was actually about the assassination attempt against him in 1981, even though, according to Sister Lucy, the secret was supposed to be released by 1960, because by that year, the content of the secret would be clearer. In light of the scientific findings in this case, we at Sister Lucy Truth assert that this first visit to the impostor in 1982 was the first stage of an attempt to hijack the third secret for John Paul II's own neo-modernist ends. Suddenly, by 2000 he was the hero and meaning of the third secret. We are convinced that this could only have happened if there was an impostor which long before had taken the place of Sister Lucy of Fatima. Now Sister Lucy Truth moves its investigation onto answering the questions: why it was done, how it was done, when it was done, who did it, and who was the substitute put in the place of the real Sister Lucy of Fatima. We will also seek the DNA proof that will render our case irrefutable. This, one of the greatest frauds in the history of the Church, was discovered through the use of the most sophisticated facial recognition programs available, along with the accumulated testimony of plastic surgeons, orthodontists, forensic artists, private investigators, handwriting analysts, and facial recognition experts. Due to the availability of hundreds of photos of Sister Lucy on the internet and in authoritative biographies, this case of substitution, fraud, and stolen identity has been able to be uncovered and analyzed. Without the judgment of the best and most relevant professionals available, we would not be making this grave accusation and presenting this charge. We will continue to accumulate and post on this site new studies and research concerning this investigation as they are produced and published. All of the names of the relevant experts shall be published along with their professional findings. The truth of the disappearance of the true Sister Lucy and the identity of the impostor who took her place will be placed before an internationally based private investigator who will investigate and solve the case. The fraud has been identified and named. We charge the highest officials in the Vatican with conspiracy to perpetuate and conceal the substitution of Sister Lucy dos Santos of Fatima with an as yet unknown impostor. See our investigation at sisterlucytruth.org. Please support us by donating at sisterlucytruth.org/donate. Thank you. Cancelled. It means in our own times an act by which someone is removed from the public eye, or their public role because they, at least for a moment, articulated attitudes or views that came or come into conflict with progressive ideas that are opening up a new and more advanced anti-Christian and anti-natural age. We see in our own times how easy it is for someone to fail to silence their innermost conscience and logical reasoning process in order to remain docile before the new phase of atheistic deconstruction to come. When it comes to the greatest act of cancellation in the history of the Catholic Church, we find a religious, a Carmelite nun and the designated messenger of the Blessed Virgin Mary, being not only removed from the public eye, but actually replaced by an impostor who illicitly and criminally stole her very identity in order to serve her modernist masters who had committed long before to a radical remaking of the Holy Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church. The real Sister Lucia dos Santos of Fatima would not have agreed to this modernistic remaking of Holy Church, nor would she have remained silent when the designated year of 1960 came, requiring the revelation of the complete third secret. For this refusal to participate in the radical remake, she was ruthlessly eliminated from the public eye and, likely, even from this earthly existence. From June 23 to June 24, Dr. Peter Chojnowski will bring the cause of the most cancelled religious in the history of the Catholic Church to the attention of the Second Cancelled Priests Conference in Chicago. There, he will be available for any discussion about the scientific investigation into the disappearance of Sister Lucia dos Santos and her substitution by an impostor who hijacked her persona until the substitute woman's death in 2005. Cancellation cannot be fully appreciated until this greatest of cancellations is publicly acknowledged by all. See you there.
An article by Dr. Chojnowski. Since when is something not true because it is not needed? Since when do you use such a phrase when dealing with the question of whether something is or is not? Is the woman who was Sister Lucy of Fatima pre-1967 the same woman as the one who appeared with Paul VI and John Paul II, and on many other occasions until 2005? Philosophically speaking, does Sister Lucy I and Sister Lucy II have the same act of existence? If they did have the same act of existence, they would not have had two distinctly different bodies that can be identified as such by an 8-year-old. The discussion of the wackadoodle theory of the two Sister Lucys begins at the 28 minutes mark and goes to about the 30-minute mark. During this 2-minute dismissive segment, Marshall and Gordon use the odd words "not needed" when discussing the now scientifically verified fact that Sister Lucy I and Sister Lucy II are not the same person. Of course, the interesting point in these few minutes is the comment that Gordon makes concerning the report of how upset Sister Lucy was when she heard about the election of John the 23rd. She wanted, suddenly, to get on the radio to proclaim the third secret to the world because she obviously knew that the secret would never be released if it was up to Angelo Roncalli. The word of such enthusiasm, a favorite derogatory expression of Immanuel Kant, used for anyone who thought metaphysically about the ultimate nature of things, must have gotten back to Roncalli, and he acted immediately. It seems, historically, and evidentially, very likely. This aside, what does it mean when our friends Marshall and Gordon say that the question of is, or is not, comes down to needed, or not needed? Needed for what? Have they looked at the pictures, the videos, the interviews, the handwriting samples? Anything? It is not needed, if your sole purpose is to ride the temporary wave of allowable smartass comments, concerning the hierarchy of the Catholic Church, in which you attempt to critique and whine about their doctrinal and moral stances, while at the same time legitimizing everything they do by indicating how all of the grand actions of the Novus Ordo hierarchs are valid and legitimate, even if subject to abuse. The Novus Ordo Missae, the Vatican II Council, the modernists' sacraments and their pro-family teachings, are all legitimate, but subject to abuse, not by our people but by the liberals. In order for us to continue to hobnob with the smart set of those who don't, wink wink, but to accept the modernist revolution in the church, we don't need to think about the question of is, or is not. We can speak endlessly of deviations, or abuses, and, thereby, continue to participate in the conciliar shuffleboard game between conservatives, i.e., Opus Dei, and liberals, not wackadoodles of course, but those who abuse their legitimate office of authority and jurisdiction. Friends, reality, the cold, is or is not, will cleanse us from all of the lies and all of our confusion and all of our diabolical disorientation. One of the greatest crimes in the history of the Catholic Church, and people like this want to ignore all the forensic reports and mock those who are trying to expose it. Why? Look at the reports at Sister Lucy Truth and then ask these people how they can just ignore them. Not only these two, but Chris Ferrara, the Remnant, the Fatima Center. Where does the Blessed Mother fit into all this? It is her messenger, Lucia dos Santos, who disappeared and was replaced by those who were part of the Vatican hierarchy. Some of these people are still alive and must be put on trial and exposed. Go to Sister Lucy Truth to read the forensic reports and find out where we are in the investigation. The following dialogue was taken from an article by Dr. Chojnowski, founder of Sister Lucy Truth, and head of the Fatima investigation. Fatima Priest, written by Chris Ferrara, about Father Nicholas Gruner, acknowledged 20 years ago that a fake Sister Lucy was paraded before a cardinal, a bishop, and Carlos Evaristo. Also, the book states that her blood sister Caroline did not see Lucy face to face for 40 years. Why didn't Father Gruner call the cops? The book indicates that Carlos Evaristo worked for Father Gruner in 1992 when the famous interview with Sister Lucy took place. A follow-up interview took place a year later in 1993. The book acknowledges that Cardinal Ratzinger was the man truly in charge of access to her. Here is the relevant text from Fatima Priest by Francis Alban with Christopher Ferrara, Poundridge, New York, Good Counsel Publications, 1997, pages 151 to 153. Speaking about the October 11, 1992 meeting between the Cardinal, the Bishop, Carlos Evaristo, Mother Prioress of the Coimbra Carmel, and Sister Lucy, Fatima Priest states, "Enter the Oscar nominee performers, Mother Superior and Carlos Evaristo. Enter the woman, in a Carmelite habit who had the appearance of being Sister Lucy. The play begins. Sister Lucy will receive you," says an extern sister returning from making the arrangements. The doors open in the audience room. 2 Carmelites are waiting just inside. On the left stands Mother Prioress. The nun on the right was presented as Lucy dos Santos, the most famous nun of the 20th century. She turned 10 years old 7 months before the 1917 November Revolution in Russia. Now she is 85. Much shorter than was expected. Evaristo reported, "She wears the habit of the Carmelites which, amazingly, does not properly fit her." After initial instructions, the players move to an adjacent room where they sit down facing each other, with no grill between them, totally contrary to the customary rule adhered to for the past 400 years, both here, and at all Descalced Carmelite convents. The Cardinal and the Bishop were very nervous according to Evaristo. And well they should have been. Unable to speak Portuguese, they were unknowingly about to participate in a great work of fiction, the likes of which had never been heard in the whole history of Fatima. It would be entitled, 2 Hours with Sister Lucy. The pamphlet Evaristo would fabricate, claiming to be based on the interview with Sister Lucy. This performance that would follow the words about to be spoken, would starkly and cruelly suggest that Catholics, who grew up believing in Fatima, had been lied to at their mother's knee, and been victims of disinformation for 75 years. The book then implies that this interview, actually there were two, one on October 11, 1992 and October 11, 1993, were unique events, and the real Sister Lucy was somehow still in the convent in Coimbra, but, for this interview, an impostor was put out. For 7.5 decades, this dear nun had been sheltered, shielded, protected by the Church. The text then indicates the person who was the gatekeeper to Sister Lucy during those years. There is a long list of bishops and cardinals all standing in line to say, no to you, all apparently on behalf of the man, truly in charge of access to her, Cardinal Ratzinger. And, in spite of all that, the 2-hour interview about to take place occurs while this secluded nun, cloistered for all of her adult life, sits facing and holding hands with a man she has never laid eyes on before, who is neither cardinal nor bishop, but rather Carlos Evaristo, a minor employee of Father Gruner's apostolate who has chauffeured the dignitaries to Coimbra. Arguing that it was indeed Sister Lucy they saw, Evaristo said to Brother Francois de Marie d'Orange, it was her. There is no doubt about it. I touched her face. I embraced her. A Carmelite whom mere bishops and archbishops cannot approach without Cardinal Ratzinger's approval. She was not able to see her own blood sister Caroline for over 40 years except through the grill, and then only when surrounded by half the community. Embraced by a stranger. When Brother Francois challenged him, you have no decisive proof that you were in the presence of Sister Lucy. Evaristo made the astounding reply, she was sitting in front of me. She held my hand like this for 2 hours. For any cloistered nun to hold hands with a stranger for 2 hours is a curious business. For this particular cloistered nun, it is unimaginable. The authors, Francis Alban and Chris Ferrara, with the obvious approval of Father Nicholas Gruner, the book also bears a foreword by Father Malachi Martin, draw the following conclusions concerning this meeting. The Evaristo pamphlet presents a new Sister Lucy who serves as the pathetic ventriloquist's dummy of the anti-Fatima forces, obediently repudiating everything Sister Lucy of Fatima had said before. The pamphlet is a veritable cavalcade of capitulation in which the new Sister Lucy finds a way to consign to oblivion what the old Sister Lucy had told the entire world. A final comment from Dr. Chojnowski, head of the Fatima investigation at Sister Lucy Truth. And now what? Look into the fact that an impostor Sister Lucy was being put before the public and ecclesiastics as the real one, all the while changing the Fatima message 180 degrees. Did the Fatima Center attempt to find out where the real Sister Lucy was, or determine what happened to her? No, they never did this. They seemed to have dropped the issue completely. Wouldn't it matter? Could not the millions of dollars raised be used to launch an investigation into the fraud that was being perpetrated? Would not discovering the answer to this apparent crime make clear so much of what was happening with regard to the Catholic Church and the Fatima message itself, even with regard to the consecration of Russia? Did you spend 1/3 of a century begging the consecration of Russia from those who had disappeared Sister Lucy dos Santos, the remaining seer of Fatima and the messenger of Our Lady? The one who had our Lord, Our Lady, Saint Joseph, the Holy Trinity appear to her and entrust to her the message that was meant to save the modern world, having the greatest public miracle since the resurrection, seen by 70,000 people, as the divine seal of approval. Why did you turn away in indifference to a fact you clearly recognized, 20 years before Father Gruner's death? Why not call out the perpetrators? Why was this not a central focus of the Fatima apostolate? Update: Even Carlos Evaristo seems to appreciate the imposture when he sees it by indicating that Sister Lucy was shorter than he expected. Also, question, Evaristo indicates that Sister Lucy's Carmelite habit was ill-fitting. Is this some indication that the impostor was not even a real Carmelite but only an actress posing as a Carmelite? We don't know at all, but the fact of an ill-fitting habit, which was so ill-fitting that it even struck Evaristo, is interesting. I have no answers to the above questions yet. However, we at Sister Lucy Truth will not let this go until we find out the full truth and achieve justice. Promise. God wills it. Sister Lucy Truth and the Fraud of the Centuries, Uncovered. In 2017, Dr. Peter Chojnowski, after spending several years puzzling over the dissimilarity between photos of the early Sister Lucy and the Sister Lucy of 1967 and beyond, founded Sister Lucy Truth, an organization dedicated to a complete identification of Sister Lucy of Fatima.
This project is a scientific attempt to determine whether there was a substitute who replaced a murdered or disappeared Sister Lucy of Fatima. After over 2 years of submitting all of the relevant photographic, video, and handwriting evidence to experts at the top of their professions, the conclusion has been a decisive one. Sister Lucy II from 1967 to 2005 is an impostor.
The religious fraud of the centuries is now glaring in the face of an unknowing world. The facts point to one conclusion: Sister Lucy of Fatima, the seer of the Virgin, was eliminated after 1958, and another woman was put in her place to act from then on as Sister Lucy of Fatima.
Who were the dark forces that brought this crime about? Who will investigate what happened to the real Sister Lucy? Who was this woman who was put in her place? What were the intrigues in church and state which required that Sister Lucy dos Santos, the sole surviving seer of the apparitions of Fatima, disappear forever and be replaced by one who would not interfere with the agenda of the highest officials in the Vatican?
This calls for a movie to break the story to a world that will soon, in the cinema, hear about the story of Fatima again. It is, however, a story more fascinating and terrifying than anyone could ever have guessed. Announcement: Sister Lucy Truth has offered $1,000 to any relative of Sister Lucy dos Santos if they provide a DNA sample to one of our investigators. If you are interested and qualify, please contact us at justicepc@yahoo.com.
Anúncio: a Sister Lucy Truth oferece $1000 a qualquer parente da Irmã Lúcia dos Santos que fornecer a um de nossos investigadores uma amostra de DNA. Se você tem interesse e aptidão, por favor entre em contato conosco via justicepc@yahoo.com. Oral Surgeon Report, by Dr. Joseph Mascaro, DMD.
There is no good explanation, except two different individuals. Sister Lucy Truth commissioned Dr. Joseph Mascaro, DMD, a well-respected oral surgeon with over 40 years of experience, to analyze our full photo and video collections of the two Sister Lucys, and provide us with his expert opinion. Dr. Mascaro points out that not only are the profiles of the two individuals in nearly opposite condition, but these differences cannot be explained through dental work, and are caused by different skeletal structures of the face. Because of this medical fact, Dr. Mascaro concludes, "It is my opinion that Lucy 1 and Lucy 2 are not, and cannot be the same individual." These opinions are offered to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. From Dr. Mascaro's oral surgeon report. After reviewing the photographic and video evidence over the course of several months, it is clear that Lucy 1, subject AB, and Lucy 2, subject CD, are not the same individual. Several anatomical facts support this conclusion, particularly when the profiles are compared. Retrognathic versus prognathic profiles. Lucy 1's mouth, teeth, tend to extend anteriorly, forward. In other words, her mouth area sticks out relative to her other facial structures. This is an underlying feature of Lucy 1's skeletal structure. This skeletal structure would not significantly change if all of her teeth were extracted and dentures worn. In contrast, Lucy 2's profile presents a nearly opposite condition, a prognathic profile with a concave appearance. Lucy 2's presents maxilla, upper jaw, protrusion, and mandibular protrusion. This protrusion is observable as Lucy 2's mandible, chin, is nearly parallel to the tip of her nose, a spot anterior to her nostril. Yet, Lucy 1's chin is recessed relative to the tip of her nose. The most anterior part of Lucy 1's chin is vertically aligned to a spot posterior to her nostril. Tooth extraction and dentures. Skeletal structure would not significantly change if all of her teeth were extracted and dentures worn. Dentures, which seem to be at least reasonably well fit, further support the conclusion that these images depict two different people. The presence of dentures would work to maintain the vertical dimension and prevent over-rotation of the mandible. With the vertical height maintained, there is no good explanation regarding Lucy 2's significant chin protrusion forward when compared to Lucy 1. In addition, Lucy 2's facial height does not appear radically different than Lucy 1, which, again, supports the opinion that removal of all the teeth is unable to account for the marked change in profiles, particularly the mandibular protrusion. A skeletal, not dental, difference. A severely prognathic chin is skeletal, not dental in origin. Conclusion? During the course of my career, I have performed hundreds of jaw osteotomies, precisely planned fractures of the jaw to reposition the bones, and extracted thousands of teeth. I am familiar with expected changes to an individual's face as a result of tooth extraction and placement of dentures. It is my opinion that Lucy 1 and Lucy 2 are not, and cannot be the same individual. These opinions are offered to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Perizia del chirurgo orale dottor Joseph Mascaro. Non c'è alcuna spiegazione plausibile se non che si tratta di due individui diversi. Sister Lucy Truth Ha dato mandato al dottor Joseph Mascaro, uno stimato chirurgo orale con oltre 40 anni di esperienza, di analizzare le raccolte complete di foto e video delle due Suor Lucia e di fornire la sua opinione di esperto in merito. Il dottor Mascaro rileva che non solo i profili dei due individui presentano caratteristiche quasi opposte, ma queste differenze non possono essere spiegate attraverso l'attività dentaria e sono causate da due diverse strutture scheletriche del viso. In virtù di questa evidenza medica, il dottor Mascaro conclude: a mio avviso, Lucia 1 e Lucia 2 non sono e non possono essere la stessa persona. Queste opinioni sono fornite con un ragionevole grado di certezza medica. Dalla perizia del chirurgo orale dottor Mascaro. Dopo aver esaminato le prove fotografiche e video per diversi mesi, risulta evidente che Lucia 1, soggetto AB, e Lucia 2, soggetto CD, non sono la stessa persona. Diversi elementi anatomici supportano questa conclusione, in particolare quando si confrontano i due profili, profilo retrognatico e profilo prognatico. La bocca, i denti di Lucia 1 tendono ad estendersi anteriormente, cioè in avanti. In altri termini, l'area della sua bocca sporge in avanti rispetto alle restanti strutture facciali. Questa è una caratteristica fondamentale della struttura scheletrica di Lucia. Questa struttura scheletrica non cambierebbe in modo significativo se tutti i suoi denti le venissero estratti e le venissero impiantate protesi dentarie. Al contrario, il profilo di Lucia 2 presenta una condizione quasi opposta. Un profilo prognatico con aspetto concavo. Lucia 2 presenta una retrusione mascellare e una protrusione mandibolare. Questa sporgenza è osservabile poiché la mandibola e il mento di Lucia 2 sono quasi paralleli alla punta del naso, cioè leggermente in avanti rispetto alla punta del naso. Al contrario, il mento di Lucia 1 è rientrante rispetto alla punta del suo naso. La parte più in avanti del mento di Lucia è allineata verticalmente con un punto più indietro rispetto alla punta del suo naso. Estrazione dentale e protesi. La struttura scheletrica non cambierebbe in modo significativo neanche estraendole tutti i denti e impiantando delle protesi dentarie. Le protesi dentarie, che sembrano essere almeno ragionevolmente adatte, supportano ulteriormente la conclusione che queste immagini ritraggono due persone diverse. La presenza di protesi avrebbe risultato di mantenere la dimensione verticale e prevenire una rotazione eccessiva della mandibola. Con il mantenimento della dimensione verticale non potrebbe giustificarsi la marcata sporgenza in avanti del mento di Lucia 2 rispetto a Lucia 1. Inoltre l'altezza facciale di Lucia 2 non appare radicalmente diversa da quella di Lucia 1, il che ancora una volta supporta l'opinione secondo cui la rimozione di tutti i denti non sarebbe in grado di giustificare il marcato cambiamento nei profili, in particolare la protrusione mandibolare, una differenza scheletrica non dentale. Un mento fortemente prognatico è il risultato di una componente scheletrica non dentale. Conclusione: nel corso della mia carriera ho eseguito centinaia di osteotomie mascellari, interventi alla mascella pianificati proprio al fine di riposizionare le ossa, ed estratto migliaia di denti. Ho familiarità con i cambiamenti che si prevedono sul volto di un individuo a seguito dell'estrazione di denti e con il posizionamento di protesi dentarie. È mia opinione pertanto che Lucia 1 e Lucia 2 non sono e non possano essere la stessa persona, e questo parere è fornito con un ragionevole grado di certezza medica.
A facial comparison demonstration. We have the impostor on the right and real sister Lucia on the left. We will demonstrate the visual differences. We start off with real Lucia on the far left. The images dissolve to a white background of the profiles to show the stark differences of the features. Here we have the two pictures side by side. We will again show the animation of the two images. Facial math measurements. Sister Lucy Truth sought to confirm some of the visual findings offered by experts including Dr. Garcia, the board-certified plastic surgeon, Lois Gibson, the expert forensic artist, and facial recognition specialists. These visual findings included the claims that A. Lucy 1's philtrum, base of nose to top of upper lip, was longer than Lucy 2's philtrum. B. Lucy 2 had a wider nose. C. Lucy 2's eyebrows are farther away from her eyes than Lucy 1, and D. Lucy 1's left eyebrow is arched relative to her right brow, a feature not observed in Lucy 2. All of these findings were confirmed by careful mathematical measurements with the help of an independent prosthodontist. Conclusion: facial measurements demonstrate that pre-1967 Lucy is not the same woman who was presented in 1967 with Paul VI. In a fake prophecy, published in 2008, from the impostor Lucy to Cardinal Carlo Caffera, we now know, due to the work of Sister Lucy Truth, that this is the most widely published counterfeit quote from the impostor. Many Fatima conferences have used this theme in the marketing of their event. Care to have a guess what it is? The final battle between the Lord and the reign of Satan will be about marriage and the family. Don't be afraid, because anyone who operates for the sanctity of marriage and the family will always be contended and opposed in every way, because this is the decisive issue. However, Our Lady has already crushed its head. This quote was first published in 2008, well after December 26, 1957, when the real Sister Lucy disappeared.
From Dr. Chojnowski, commenting about the counterfeit quote about the family from the impostor Lucy. Sorry, Your Eminence and Sister Lucy, wrong. First, you both are servants of a counterfeit church. Secondly, any message from Sister Lucy after December 26, 1957 is fraudulent, since we have scientifically and mathematically proven that the woman who appeared as Sister Lucy of Fatima was an impostor. We still assume that such a minor point matters. Next, we can see how two agents of the new Church of the New World Order would be clueless as to the real issues at hand for modern man. The central issues have to do with the supernatural, which is real, essential and necessary for the eternal salvation of every human being on the planet. These central issues are not family, vaguely defined. Indeed, the family is only collapsing into meaninglessness and perversion because Catholic doctrine was changed, due to Vatican II, and these errors were spread by the hierarchy, quote-unquote, that came out of that 60s era. The central battles between God and Lucifer have to do with the very objectivity of truth, the very idea that the mind is meant to conform to the created order, the existence of sanctifying grace that raises the human soul to the supernatural level of the divine life, the validity of the sacraments of the Catholic Church, the validity of the Mass, which is the chief source of grace to the world, the validity of the orders of the Church that are the necessary conduits of sanctifying grace, the identity of the Catholic Church as the only vessel of salvation for the world, the fact that it is due to the possession of sanctifying grace in our soul that we are able to avoid the fires of hell for all eternity. Dear Eminence and Sister Lucy, obviously the jettisoning of all of this supernatural content was the main reason why Lucifer felt that he could move safely on to destroy and pervert even the natural order. We at Sister Lucy Truth are trying once again to make a film based on our discoveries.
If any director or producer of independent films sees this overview and would like to get involved, please contact Dr. Peter Chojnowski at sisterlucytruth.org. If not, we will make the film ourselves.
Sister Lucy Truth and the Fraud of the Centuries, Uncovered. In 2017, Dr. Peter Chojnowski, after spending several years puzzling over the dissimilarity between photos of the early Sister Lucy and the Sister Lucy of 1967 and beyond, founded Sister Lucy Truth, an organization dedicated to a complete identification of Sister Lucy of Fatima.
This project is a scientific attempt to determine whether there was a substitute who replaced a murdered or disappeared Sister Lucy of Fatima. After over 2 years of submitting all of the relevant photographic, video, and handwriting evidence to experts at the top of their professions, the conclusion has been a decisive one. Sister Lucy II from 1967 to 2005 is an impostor.
The religious fraud of the centuries is now glaring in the face of an unknowing world. The facts point to one conclusion: Sister Lucy of Fatima, the seer of the Virgin, was eliminated after 1958, and another woman was put in her place to act from then on as Sister Lucy of Fatima.
Who were the dark forces that brought this crime about? Who will investigate what happened to the real Sister Lucy? Who was this woman who was put in her place? What were the intrigues in church and state which required that Sister Lucy dos Santos, the sole surviving seer of the apparitions of Fatima, disappear forever and be replaced by one who would not interfere with the agenda of the highest officials in the Vatican?
This calls for a movie to break the story to a world that will soon, in the cinema, hear about the story of Fatima again. It is, however, a story more fascinating and terrifying than anyone could ever have guessed.
Fatima Crime Discoveries. An update. This video consists of several observations found by Sister Lucy Truth. There is also a forensic dental report by Dr. Ruud Karsten. In part 1, we take a look at some pictures of Lucia, the seer of Fatima, and what happens when her pictures are morphed into an image of the impostor. The pictures on the left are Lucia as a Dorothean, and then a Carmelite. The pictures on the right are Lucia, the seer of Fatima, and then her picture morphs into an image of the impostor, and back. We will show this several times. From a forensic dental report by Dr. Ruud Karsten. In January 1948, her dentist, Dr. Olcino Magellis, proposed to Lucia 1 that all teeth be removed and a denture be made for replacement. He already removed 2 teeth then, which may have been the most extruded ones of the upper front. In March 1948, 2 more teeth were extracted. In May 1948, Lucia 1 suffered of severe inflammatory disease in her mouth, which indicates that several teeth with periodontal disease and/or root apex inflammation still existed in her mouth. Around that time, Dr. Olcino Magellis expressed his astonishment that not all teeth had already been removed, as was planned in January 1948, but later he understood why. He has then finished the dental extraction treatment and the replacement with artificial teeth. Although it is written that he implanted artificial teeth, we must take it that he had a full acrylic denture made for Lucia 1. The real implantation of artificial teeth in jaw bone, using titanium screw-type roots, on which a dental tooth structure of metal and porcelain is built, the so-called suprastructure, was not possible in 1948. Images of Lucia 2. Comparing the upper front teeth of both Lucia 1 and Lucia 2 in the photographs 4 of 7 and 6 of 7 of the Shape of Smile series, leads me to the definite conclusion that Lucia 2 wears an upper denture, at least at her older age. I wouldn't be surprised that the denture Lucia 2 wears in these photographs is the same she has been wearing since around 1967. As shown in the photographs C7, C8, C9, C13, C15, C16, C19, D0, D0A, and D0E. The artificial teeth are unnatural short and have no interdental contacts. The denture teeth are worn through age. I do not believe that a new denture is made and adapted in the mouth of Lucia 2 at older age, since by then, the aesthetics of the denture would have been much more natural, showing longer teeth and less acrylic gums.
Objections and responses.
How could a cover-up this extensive be maintained over decades?
Sister Lucy Truth currently does not have enough information to know exactly how the cover-up occurred, or was maintained for so long. The only thing we have is the irrefutable scientific and forensic evidence that there were two Sister Lucys. Nevertheless, we can still speculate, based upon what we do know about the case, how it would have been possible to get away with the substitution. In retrospect, what made the cover-up easy to maintain for decades was the inability to share extensive photographs, videos, and handwriting samples from Sister Lucy dos Santos before and after 1960. With the advent of the internet, spreading this information and accessing it has become much easier and almost instantaneous. For the first time in history we can see with our own eyes how Sister Lucy appeared and wrote, throughout her entire life. Imagine a person seeing Sister Lucy in May of 1967 or in magazine accounts in June of that same year. They would not remember how she looked in the decades before. They would have nothing to compare her appearance with. Before instant communication and the sharing of photographs, any replacement would go unnoticed by most. We know that after her interview with Father Fuentes on December 26, 1957, we have neither authentic photographic or graphological evidence that Sister Lucy dos Santos, the Carmelite from the Carmel of Coimbra, who was the primary seer at the apparitions at Fatima from May until October 1917, was still alive. The situation appears more suspect when we consider that in July 1959, after claiming that Father Fuentes lied about much that he had reported concerning his interview with Sister Lucy, the Diocese of Coimbra issued a statement that said, "Sister Lucia has nothing more to say on Fatima." This is very suspicious since her main mission in life was to spread the message of Fatima that had been given to her by the Blessed Virgin Mary. According to John Haffert, a Blue Army founder and famous chronicler of the Fatima apparitions, John the 23rd, after 1959, authorized only persons who had the approval of the Vatican to speak with Sister Lucy. The awkwardness concerning this situation ended when an impostor, who perfectly reflected the attitudes and ideas of the modernists occupying the Vatican, was brought before the cameras, both in 1967, and after the assassination attempt on John Paul II in 1981. The woman who appeared as Sister Lucy continued to do so until her death in 2005. This astounding cover-up is now beginning to unravel. With the use of modern technology and contemporary modes of medical and forensic analysis, more and more people are able to educate themselves concerning this gravely disturbing situation. Fatima suddenly takes on a whole new light. We at Sister Lucy Truth publicly declare that based on the evidence presented here, we have found it to be morally and scientifically certain that the woman portrayed to the world as Sister Lucy, from her first public appearance on May 13, 1967, to her death on February 13, 2005, was not the same person as Sister Lucy, seer of Fatima and visionary who predicted the miracle of the sun on October 13, 1917. This, one of the greatest frauds in the history of the Church, was discovered through the use of the most sophisticated facial recognition programs available, along with the accumulated testimony of plastic surgeons, orthodontists, forensic artists, private investigators, handwriting analysts, and facial recognition experts. Due to the availability of hundreds of photos of Sister Lucy on the internet and in authoritative biographies, this case of substitution, fraud, and stolen identity has been able to be uncovered and analyzed. Without the judgment of the best and most relevant professionals available, we would not be making this grave accusation and presenting this charge. We will continue to accumulate and post on this site new studies and research concerning this investigation as they are produced and published. All of the names of the relevant experts shall be published along with their professional findings. The truth of the disappearance of the true Sister Lucy and the identity of the impostor who took her place shall be placed before an internationally based private investigator who will investigate and solve the case. The fraud has been identified and named. We charge the highest officials in the Vatican with conspiracy to perpetuate and conceal the substitution of Sister Lucy dos Santos of Fatima with an as yet unknown impostor. See our investigation at sisterlucytruth.org.
On the 13th of August 1917, 18,000 people were gathered at the Kovada area in Fatima, awaiting the fourth apparition. But where were the shepherd children? At noon on cue, a small white cloud appeared out of a clear blue sky, accompanied by the flash of lightning and the roll of thunder. It floated above the oak tree for a moment and then disappeared. But where were Lucy, Jacinta and Francisco? Turned out they'd been kidnapped earlier that day and were being interrogated by the administrator, a Freemason who gave the kids everything he got. Imprisonment, hunger, threats of boiling oil. Nothing worked. The children stood their ground. Meanwhile, the 18,000 pilgrims had grown irate at these events. Irate enough to clamor for the children's release, which was obtained on the Feast of the Assumption 3 days later, causing them to miss the apparition. But Our Lady granted them the promised apparition on August 19th, where she repeated her requests for the daily rosary, penance and sacrifice, and told them that the October miracle would not be as striking on account of the administrator's actions. Then she expressed her desire that a new church be built upon that spot in her honor. The Masons were not to be daunted. In the modest chapel that was later erected upon the site of the apparitions, they placed 5 bombs, destroying the little oak above which Our Lady appeared. The faithful responded by increasing their acts of reparation and indignant protest, and soon a basilica containing 15 rosary chapels came to mark the sacred spot. What a great example of the role of the laity, who neither hesitated from holding civil authorities accountable nor from responding to the church's call to greater holiness. And today? Why, today people won't even glance at the evidence, a mountain of evidence, a mountain range of evidence. They act as if somehow a kidnapping and replacement of a seer of Fatima is out of the question for the servants of Satan. Hello, you just saw they've already done that. You just saw how they took the little children captive and blew the little oak tree to smithereens. But the Judeo-Masons were quick to realize that Jacinta and Francisco weren't the problem. Those paying attention to Our Lady's message already knew that the 2 younger children were promised to be taken to heaven soon, while Lucy had a mission from heaven for which she'd need to stay back. So, Sister Lucy was the one they really needed to work on. And what were their options? She could be kept in a convent, under strict watch. She could be hidden away in a cloister, her visitors screamed. So far, so good. But then along came Father Augustine Fuentes, preparing to be the postulator for the causes of beatification of Sister Lucy's 2 cousins, who interviewed her the day after Christmas 1957. Like Saint Stephen, Sister Lucy fearlessly exposed the enemy's ploys and pointed towards heaven in the form of the 2 last remedies given by Our Lady, the Holy Rosary and devotion to the Immaculate Heart of Mary. She said, "We should not wait for the Holy Father's call to penitence for the whole world to come from Rome," she said. Neither should we wait for it to come from our bishops in their dioceses, nor from the religious congregations. No, our Lord has already, very often, used these means and the world has not paid attention. This is why it is now necessary for each one of us to begin to reform himself spiritually. Each person must not only save his soul, but also all the souls that God has placed in our path. What now? Like the proto-martyr Stephen, Sister Lucy needed to be silenced, and so she was. 5 years after her prophetic warnings, John the 23rd, in the opening address of his robber council, mocked who he called the prophets of doom, and announced a new springtime in his church. 5 years from then, the decade of silence was broken and the world was introduced to a smiling, bounding Sister Lucy by the side of Paul VI. Her looks and demeanor aside, the new Lucy introduced an utterly new and unfamiliar Fatima message. Unlike the old Lucy, who awaited 1960 and the publishing of the 3rd secret with dread, the new Lucy stated that Our Lady never asked for the 3rd secret to be revealed in 1960. Old Lucy was very specific about mentioning Russia in the consecration. New Lucy declared that mentioning Russia was unnecessary. Old Lucy limited her warnings to the spiritual chastisement alone. New Lucy claimed the 1984 consecration averted a nuclear war in 1985. Would Old Lucy equate Russia's conversion with the fall of the Soviet Union? Yet, New Lucy credited Gorbachev as an instrument of God in the conversion of Russia. Would the real Sister Lucy or any catechized adult call Jews the chosen people of God? The more fake Lucy talked, the more she began to sound like a puppet for the Opus Dei. And come on, would anybody with basic comprehension connect as fake Lucy did the triumph of the Immaculate Heart of Mary with John Paul II's theatrical assassination event? Just like the red stains on the antipope's white papal vestments don't match the supposed wound, neither does new Lucy match the real Lucy in features, in writing, and as you've just seen in the Fatima message itself. A question to now ask yourself: why is it the first time I'm hearing this? Are you sure you're ready for the answer? Because self-styled custodians of the Fatima message aren't who they say they are. If you have a better answer, you can let us know in the comments. You know what broke the spirit of the administrator while he was interrogating the children? When he threatened to throw little Jacinta into the cauldron of boiling oil, she didn't respond with despair, but with prayer. And that's the lesson for today. Get into a state of grace like little children and then pray. It breaks their spell. Pray for Sister Lucy Truth and everybody involved in breaking the spell of the modernists. Just as the 3 children fought the enemy with prayer, so we, the children of Mary, battered and bruised by the modernist heretics and facing worse torments to come, take recourse to prayer. Remember, Our Lady said her Immaculate Heart would triumph in the end. Better find yourself fighting on the triumphant side before it becomes too late for you to choose.
Sister Lucy Truth consulted Lois Gibson, one of the world's foremost forensic artists who holds the 2017 Guinness World Record for the most identifications by a forensic artist. According to a 2012 ABC News story, she has helped Houston's police force solve 1,266 crimes with her forensic work. Email from Lois Gibson to Sister Lucy Truth on February 18th, 2020, at 8:27 p.m. she wrote, "Hello, if one is certain, there is no need to present long, wordy arguments. Honestly, these can be observed by an 8-year-old and understood. Best, Lois." Part 1. What do your eyes tell you? The real Sister Lucy is on the left. Fake Sister Lucy takes the Lord's name in vain. The Holy Name. Out of respect for the holy name of Jesus, we have muted this audio. The real Sister Lucy said an archangel appeared to the children and taught them how to receive the Eucharist. Can this possibly be the woman who, in 1916, had an angel appear to her and her two cousins, Jacinta and Francisco, and had the angel prostrate himself before the Blessed Sacrament, which appeared for their worship? It appears that Paul VI was cut with an X-Acto knife and moved back, and fake Lucy was inserted in front of the camera. Notice the shadow on the right side of Sister Lucy's face is different than all other faces in the photo. Part 2. Same person? A report from Lois Gibson. A and B are shown at a much different age in this photo comparison. Even taking that age difference into consideration, the drastic lighting shows that B's mental protuberance of her mandible is larger and thrusts much farther forward from her facial plane than A. The aging process would cause the mandible to shrink, not grow larger. Said more simply, the chins of A and B have a drastically different shape. This drastic difference in the mandible area shows these cannot be the same individual. There is no plastic surgery that would make A's chin look like B's chin. Differences described in 1 through 5 in Our Lady of Fatima Nun Comparison 2 also hold true in the above individuals, even considering the large age difference and the presence of glasses on B. It must be noted this writer has successfully reconstructed faces with only the skulls of unidentified murder victims and has written a textbook about this subject. Forensic Art Essentials, 2007. Real Sister Lucy on left, the woman portrayed to the world as Sister Lucy from her first public appearance on May 13, 1967, to her death on February 13, 2005, was not the same person as Sister Lucy, seer of Fatima and visionary who predicted the miracle of the sun on October 13, 1917. Dr. Peter Chojnowski. Message from the angel to the real Lucy. Do not be afraid. I am the angel of peace. Pray with me. O God, I believe, I adore, I hope, and I love thee. I ask pardon of thee for those who do not believe, do not adore, and do not love thee. Pray thus, the hearts of Jesus and Mary are attentive to the voice of your supplication.
2 Mexican prelates defend Father Fuentes. Veracruz, Mexico. 2 prominent Mexican prelates defend a Veracruz priest, Father Agustin Fuentes, that he spread sensationalized accounts of an interview he had with a surviving witness of the Fatima apparitions. Endorsements of the priest's reliability came from José Cardinal Garabi Rivera, Archbishop of Guadalajara, and Archbishop Manuel Pío López Estrada of Veracruz.
Comments on the newspaper article by Dr. Peter Chojnowski, who is founder of Sister Lucy Truth, and head of the Fatima investigation. What is critical is, 1. It is our view that Sister Lucy dos Santos must have been taken off the scene at least by this point in 1959, because it is inconceivable that she would remain quiet when her friend and confidant Father Fuentes was being attacked. Also, it was released by the diocese, along with the Father Fuentes attack, that Sister Lucy has no more to say about Fatima. The messenger of Fatima meant to spread the message, and to make sure that the third secret was released by 1960 would have nothing more to say, in 1959. How does this statement, purportedly from the Carmel of Coimbra, make any sense at all?
Statement issued. Cardinal Garabi called for Catholics to abstain from further attacks on the priest. He described charges against the priest as unjustified and false accusations. Father Fuentes issued a statement himself denying that he is guilty of any exaggeration, inaccuracy or falsehood in reporting a December 1957 interview he had with Sister Lucy of Jesus, one of the 3 witnesses of the Blessed Virgin's apparitions of Fatima, Portugal. Father Fuentes is the Roman postulator for the beatification cause of Jacinta and Francisco Mato, the 2 other children who witnessed a series of apparitions in 1917. A private interview. On December 26, 1957, he had a private interview with Sister Lucy, a cousin of the 2 Mato children. The interview took place at a Carmelite convent where Sister Lucy is a member of the community. Subsequently, Father Fuentes reported the contents of this interview in a lecture which he delivered at various places throughout Mexico and which was published in Hacia los Altares, a publication in the Veracruz Archdiocese and of which he is the editor. In the version carried by Hacia los Altares, Father Fuentes quoted Sister Lucy as saying in part, "But believe me, Father, God is going to chastise the world in a tremendous way. The chastisement of heaven is imminent. Father, 1960 is not far off, and what will happen then will be a very sad thing for all, and not at all a happy thing, if before then the world does not offer prayer and penance." The Chancery replies. Last July, the Chancery of the Diocese of Coimbra issued a statement in which Sister Lucy was quoted as saying that Father Fuentes' account of their interview was in part inexact and untrue. The Chancery Office referred to a tendentious campaign of prophecy and said it was issuing Sister Lucy's comments to reassure those who had been alarmed and horrified by predictions that cataclysms would befall the world in 1960.
Father Fuentes and his account is the last real statement that we have from the real Sister Lucy. It allows us to show that she was still alive on December 26, 1957, and that she had a totally different message and outlook as compared to the new Sister Lucy. The whole question about Father Fuentes is actually very important.
In defending Father Fuentes, Cardinal Garabi said that the priest in his preaching has not predicted terrifying events or things that would foment a spirit of pessimism. Only these has he predicted, that people be urged to say the Rosary, to have devotion to the most pure heart of Mary, prayer, penance, and practice of charity. An anonymous origin. Father Fuentes neither preaches nor holds in private thinking the conviction that there will be a reign of terror in 1960, nor at any other given date. In this matter he is content to accept the preaching of the Church. In virtue of this, I recommend that all Catholics abstain from further attacks on this matter. Archbishop Lopez, in his endorsement of the priest, declared, In his rebuttal of the accusations levied against him, Father Fuentes has clearly pointed out their anonymous origin, the lack of knowledge displayed concerning canon law, the customs and objectives of the Church, and shows the inherent impossibility that these attacks originated either from Sister Lucy, a cloistered religious, or the Bishop of Coimbra. Father Fuentes stated, "I have said nothing, as is indeed evident to any prudent person who examines it, beyond what has been traditionally taught since 1917, the year of the apparitions of Our Lady of Fatima."
In the same newspaper, in a July 17, 1959 article, the Chancery Office of Coimbra released this statement purportedly said by Sister Lucy, "I know nothing, nor can I say anything about such chastisements, which have been falsely attributed to me. Look at all the contradictions and lies. Is this the same woman, who, at the age of 10, was shown a vision of hell and made public statements about this vision? Do these statements from the Chancery of Coimbra sound like the same person? How does this statement, purportedly from the Carmel of Coimbra, make any sense at all? According to all of our evidence, Father Fuentes is the last person to get an interview from the real Sister Lucy. The public attack on Father Fuentes and the obvious fake statements from Sister Lucy condemning and dismissing his statements about their interview is clear evidence that she was probably already off the scene. She was disappeared after this interview with Father Fuentes. So, logically speaking, any statements, writings, interviews etc., after December 26, 1957, were from the impostor Lucy, or her handlers. Father Fuentes was a heroic figure in the disappearance and replacement of the seer of Fatima. The savage attacks on him were orchestrated by anonymous sources who were most likely involved in this crime. Even today, people try to dismiss him as a liar, or someone who was just looking for publicity. We at Sister Lucy Truth are creating a new page at our website dedicated to Father Fuentes, and the work that he has done. Father Augustin Fuentes. Requiescat in pace.
Giustizia per Suor Lucia. Quello che vorrei sottolineare è che abbiamo provato con certezza matematica e scientifica, attraverso competenze scientifiche e tecnologie all'avanguardia, che Suor Lucia di Fatima fu rimpiazzata da un'impostora. Abbiamo sottoposto ad analisi professionale tutte le evidenze fotografiche disponibili, così come ad analisi calligrafica centinaia di pagine di diari e lettere di Suor Lucia, sia note che meno note. Tutto ha indicato l'esistenza di due individui. A valle di ciò, si può affermare che nulla di quanto attribuito a Suor Lucia di Fatima è autentico successivamente all'anno 1959, dottor Peter Chojnowski. Nel novembre 2017 il dottor Chojnowski ha fondato Sister Lucy Truth al fine di investigare la vita e l'identità di Suor Lucia dos Santos di Fatima. Investigazioni completate e ancora in corso. Analisi facciale. Analisi di riconoscimento facciale. Perizia dentaria. Perizia di chirurgia plastica. Analisi di arte forense. Perizia di chirurgia plastica completata. Giustizia per Suor Lucia. Aiutaci a trovare giustizia una volta per tutte per la messaggera di Fatima. Suor Lucia dos Santos. In una mail a Sister Lucy Truth, Lois Gibson scrive: ora per me anche una sola di queste perizie è una completa conferma. Ne avrei potute realizzare molte di più, ma una sola di queste 3 perizie è conclusiva, per cui ritengo che questo sia totalmente Inconfutabile. Sister Lucy Truth ha richiesto la consulenza di Lois Gibson, una delle maggiori artisti forensi al mondo, che detiene il Guinness World Record del 2017 per il maggior numero di identificazioni da parte di un artista forense. Secondo una notizia dell'ABC del 2012, ha aiutato la polizia di Houston a risolvere ben 1266 crimini con il suo lavoro forense. La signora Gibson ha fornito a Sister Lucy Truth 3 distinte perizie che da un punto di vista forense indicano in modo definitivo l'esistenza di 2 distinte Suor Lucia. In una corrispondenza privata scrive che nella sua opinione professionale anche una sola di queste perizie sarebbe sufficiente per la completa conferma dell'esistenza di 2 individui. Confronto della suora di Nostra Signora di Fatima. 1. Il setto nasale di A è più stretto di quello di B. 2. Questo fa sì che le sopracciglia crescano in maniera più ravvicinata rispetto al centro lungo l'arco sopraccigliare in A rispetto a B. 2. Di conseguenza anche gli occhi sono più ravvicinati in A rispetto a B. 3. Il terzo inferiore del naso è più stretto in A rispetto al B. 4. Le narici sono più rotonde in A, più visibili se viste frontalmente, e più ravvicinate in A che in B. Le narici di A sono di forma differente, più stretto di quello di B. 4. Il prolabio, la distanza tra la parte inferiore del naso e la parte più alta del labbro superiore, è maggiore in A che in B. 5. Le labbra di A sono più strette sul piano orizzontale di quelle di B. Il labbro superiore di A è più largo sul piano verticale del labbro superiore di B. 6. Il labbro inferiore di A è più spesso sul piano verticale e sporge più in avanti oltre la rientranza orizzontale sotto le labbra rispetto a B. 7. È la messaggera di Nostra Signora di Fatima. B. È un'impostora. Chi è costei? Mrs. Gibson ha fornito a Sister Lucy Truth 3 distinte perizie di confronto che da un punto di vista forense indicano in modo conclusivo l'esistenza di 2 distinte Suor Lucia. Non c'è mai una perfetta corrispondenza tra 2 foto anche dello stesso individuo, tuttavia è possibile sapere quando individui in foto diverse non sono la stessa persona. A causa delle varie strutture facciali completamente diverse dell'individuo A rispetto a B, è impossibile che questa sia la stessa donna. La fronte mostra delle strutture ossee sottostanti completamente diverse in B rispetto ad A. L'arco sopraccigliare di B si sporge in avanti molto più rispetto a quello di A. 2. I nati hanno una forma diversa in B, con una punta più grande, più rotonda e più inclinata verso il basso, che non può essere spiegata con la crescita della cartilagine. 3. Il prolabio, cioè la distanza tra la sommità del naso e il bordo superiore del labbro superiore, è maggiore in A rispetto a B. Le labbra di A sono più spesse e più strette sul piano orizzontale di B, con il labbro inferiore che sporge in avanti molto più in A rispetto a B. Quando anche delle protesi dentarie fossero utilizzate, queste replicherebbero la dentatura preesistente e non causerebbero una differenza così drastica. 4. La rientranza del mento orizzontale, sotto il labbro inferiore, è maggiore sul piano verticale in A e rientra più in profondità sotto il labbro inferiore in A rispetto a B. 5. La protuberanza del mento di B è tale per cui questo si sporge in avanti in maniera drastica, molto più rispetto a quanto avviene in A. Non c'è chirurgia plastica che possa realizzare questo effetto, né sarebbe tanto mai offerto o desiderato dai pazienti stessi. A è la messaggera di Nostra Signora di Fatima. B è un impostore. Lois Gibson, perizia di arte forense 3. Va notato che la scrittrice Lois Gibson ha ricostruito con successo volti di individui a partire soltanto dai crani di vittime di omicidio non identificati e ha scritto anche un libro su questo argomento, Elementi essenziali dell'arte forense, nel 2007. In questo confronto fotografico A e B sono mostrate ad un'età molto diverse. Anche considerando una tale differenza di età, l'illuminazione di contrasto mostra che il mento di B è molto più proteso in avanti e più largo sul piano facciale rispetto a quello di A. Il processo di invecchiamento farebbe restringere la mandibola, non ingrandirla. Detto più semplicemente, i menti di A e B hanno una forma drasticamente diversa. Questa drastica differenza nella mandibola non può essere spiegata se non col fatto che si tratta di due individui diversi. Pertanto, come dimostrato nella perizia, anche la notevole differenza di età tra i due individui dimostra che si tratta di due persone distinte. Messaggio conclusivo del dottor Peter Chojnowski, fondatore di Sister Lucy Truth. I video in questa serie mostrano il parere definitivo di Louise Gibson, una stimata artista forense, riguardo alla sostituzione di Suor Lucia di Fatima con Impostora intorno al 1960. Quello che ci ha colpito quando abbiamo ricevuto la perizia è la certezza che ha caratterizzato il suo parere. La persona ritratta nelle foto di Suor Lucia dos Santos negli anni 50 non può essere la stessa persona apparsa per la prima volta con Paolo VI il 13 maggio 1967 nei successivi incontri dal 1982 in poi sino alla morte della presunta Suor Lucia nel 2005. Noi di Sister Lucy Truth spesso riceviamo domande dagli esperti che consultiamo sul perché queste prove così chiare, questo chiaro caso di sostituzione e impostura non sia stato indagato, reso pubblico in precedenza. Ma mentre i professionisti laici identificano chiaramente e vedono come quasi ovvie le nette differenze tra le due donne, cattolici ed esperti di Fatima o sedicenti tali si ostinano a negare l'evidenza. Noi di Sister Lucy Truth abbiamo individuato il problema e presentato tutte le prove possibili. Abbiamo accolto con stupore i risultati di tali perizie e il nostro stupore derivava dalla certezza che caratterizzava i pareri forniti. Abbiamo compreso quanto siamo stati ciechi di fronte alla realtà per tanto tempo, ma non intendiamo più esserlo e questo è solo l'inizio.
In an email to Sister Lucy Truth, Lois Gibson wrote, "Now, to me, even one of these reports is complete confirmation. I could have done many more, but sometimes less is more. Any one of the three is conclusive, so I sense this is totally convincing. All my best, Lois." Sister Lucy Truth consulted Lois Gibson, one of the world's foremost forensic artists who holds the 2017 Guinness World Record for most identifications by a forensic artist. According to a 2012 ABC News story, she has helped Houston's police force solve 1,266 crimes with her forensic work. Mrs. Gibson has provided Sister Lucy Truth with 3 separate comparison reports that, from a forensic standpoint, conclusively indicate the existence of 2 separate Sister Lucys. In a private correspondence, she wrote that in her professional opinion, even one of these reports would be sufficient for complete confirmation of the existence of 2 individuals. Our Lady of Fatima Nun Comparison, Number 2. 1. The nasal bone of A is narrower than B. This causes the eyebrow hair growth to occur closer together in the horizontal center of the superciliary arch of A compared to the wider apart eyebrows of B. Two, the eyes are closer together due to 1. Three, the bottom third of the nose is narrower in A compared to B. The nostril holes of A are rounder, more visible when viewed frontally, and those holes are closer together on A than on B. The nasal holes of A are a different shape than the nasal holes of B. Four, A's philtrum, the distance from the bottom of the nose to the top edge of the top lip, is longer than B's philtrum. 5. The lips of A are narrower on the horizontal plane than B. The top lip of A is wider on the vertical plane than B's top lip. The bottom lip of A is thicker on the vertical plane and protrudes further forward beyond the horizontal indentation below the lips compared to B. Mrs. Gibson has provided Sister Lucy Truth with 3 separate comparison reports that, from a forensic standpoint, conclusively indicate the existence of 2 separate Sister Lucys. There is no perfect comparison between the same individual in separate photos. However, it is possible to know when the individuals in different photos are not the same. Due to the various completely different facial structures of individual A compared to B, it is impossible these are the same woman. 1. The foreheads show much different underlying frontal bones. The superciliary arch of B protrudes forward much more than A. 2. The noses are a different shape with B, having a larger, rounder, and more downward angled tip which cannot be explained by cartilage growth. Three. The philtrum, distance from the top of the nose to the top edge of the top lip, is longer on A than B. The lips on A are thicker and narrower on the horizontal plane than B, with A's bottom lip protruding forward much more than B. Dentures, should they be involved, would replicate the pre-existing dentition and thus not cause such a drastic difference. 4. The horizontal mental indentation below the bottom lip is wider on the vertical plane on A and indents deeper below the bottom lip on A than on B. 5. The mental protuberance of B projects forward to a drastic extent far different from the mental protuberance of A, which recedes below the bottom lip. There is no plastic surgery that could accomplish this, nor would it be offered or desired. It must be noted this writer, Lois Gibson, has successfully reconstructed faces with only the skulls of unidentified murder victims and has written a textbook about this subject, Forensic Art Essentials, 2007. A and B are shown at a much different age in this photo comparison. Even taking that age difference into consideration, the drastic lighting shows that B's mental protuberance of her mandible is larger and thrusts much farther forward from her facial plane than A. The aging process would cause the mandible to shrink, not grow larger. Said more simply, the chins of A and B have a drastically different shape. This drastic difference in the mandible area shows these cannot be the same individual. There is no plastic surgery that would make A's chin look like B's chin. Differences described in 1 through 5 in Our Lady of Fatima Nun Comparison 2 also hold true in the above individuals, even considering the large age difference and the presence of glasses on B.
A final message from Dr. Peter Chojnowski, founder of Sister Lucy Truth. The videos in this series present the definitive judgment of Lois Gibson, world record holding forensic artist, concerning the substitution of an impostor for the real Sister Lucy of Fatima around the year 1960. What overwhelmed us when we received her report was the certainty that characterized her judgment. The person portrayed in pictures of Sister Lucy dos Santos through the 1950s could not be the same person who first appeared with Paul VI on May 13, 1967, and in subsequent meetings and outings from 1982 onwards to the purported death of Sister Lucy in 2005. We at Sister Lucy Truth often receive questions from the experts who look at this evidence, asking us why this clear case of substitution and imposture has not been investigated and made public before. While secular professionals clearly identify and see as almost obvious the sharp differences between the two women, Catholics and Fatimists are in stubborn and unseeing denial. We at Sister Lucy Truth saw the problem, submitted all the possible evidence, and received with astonishment the results. Our astonishment stemmed from the certainty characterizing the reports and from the fact that we ourselves had been blind to what was staring us in the face for so long. We are blind no longer. This is only the beginning.
Curious. All he had to do was ask. Either he didn't want to know, or he did know. Either way, it indicates what Archbishop Vigano is saying, a cover-up operation, 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 and piles of evidence indicating that something was hidden, and piles of evidence indicating that something was hidden, and piles of evidence indicating that something was hidden, and piles of evidence indicating that something was hidden, and piles of evidence indicating that something was hidden. So curious. All he had to do was ask. Either he didn't want to know, or he did know. Either way, it indicates what Archbishop Vigano is saying, a cover-up operation, 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 and piles of evidence indicating that something was hidden, and piles of evidence indicating that something was hidden, and piles of evidence indicating that something was hidden, and piles of evidence indicating that something was hidden, and piles of evidence indicating that something was hidden. So
This newspaper article from Voz de Fatima portrayed above indicates that the meeting and conversation between Paul VI and Sister Lucy only lasted for 3 minutes. The first article portrayed, I discovered in the book by Father Luigi Villa entitled Paul VI Beatified. It tells of the woman we now know as Sister Lucy II asking Paul VI for a private meeting. If he believed she was the real Sister Lucy, don't you think he would be interested in what she had to say? A new apparition, perhaps. To this request the newspaper above cites him as responding, as you can see, this is not the moment, I have not gotten all the publicity yet that is my due. If you wish then to convey something to me, tell it to your bishop, and he will convey it to me. Put great trust in your bishop. Be obedient to him. What did the newly minted Sister Lucy intend to convey to Paul VI? That she did not feel right about the illegal impersonation that she was now taking up? But, for Paul VI, how awkward would it have been to meet with someone you know to be a fraud? Be obedient. Take up the role that we have bestowed upon you, and if you have any qualms of conscience or personal difficulties, go cry to the bishop. Another of the many strange things surrounding this 1967 meeting, amidst the general strangeness of the entire Sister Lucy dos Santos case, is the obviously faked pictures of her in Fatima, with Paul VI. Obviously they could not have been near each other for very long, since so many pictures have clearly been faked. What we can see in the first picture presented in the Father Villa book is a Sister Lucy who never changes her expression and is inhumanly stiff and artificial in many of the pictures with her and Paul VI. As she stays creepily still, with the exact same gaze and expression on her face, we will now show the source photo, then how it is cut and different backgrounds and people are inserted. The fraud is evident for all to see. The source picture for all of these cut and paste jobs from Fatima is given below in 2 different versions of the exact same photo is portrayed below with no one in the background. Note, of course, that all of this deception was released within 1 month of the meeting between the two. Reality is stranger than fiction. As world experts discuss the Sister Lucy truth case, here is more proof that the Fatima establishment has used doctored photos to put forward a fraud. Paul VI is actually listening to the adulating crowds who will take that enthusiasm into the new modernist revolution which he was planning. Suddenly, with this photo, Sister Lucy is no longer a prophet of doom but an enthusiastic participant in Montini's revolution. Without Photoshop. Just a little cut and paste.
Objections and responses. Number 10. Wouldn't Sister Lucy's family or relatives or the nuns of her convent have known that she was an impostor? Firstly, we don't know what Sister Lucy's family, relatives, or nuns knew about her, and barring the revelation of some unknown confession, we may never know. However, there are some truths we do know. The scientific and medical evidence we have is irrefutable. All the logistical difficulties of how an impostor could be introduced are secondary details that remain to be discovered. However, we know that the relatives were never allowed to see Sister Lucy face to face, but always behind the grill and in the presence of other sisters of the community. Hence there was no opportunity for intimate or in-depth conversation. If it is true that the church replaced Sister Lucy with an impostor, If it is possible that the church was overrun by communists and Freemasons, is it not also reasonable to believe that these thugs acting in the name of the church exerted pressure on Sister Lucy's relatives to remain silent, and pretend as if nothing were happening? This isn't proof that there was an impostor. It is simply stating that we should not be surprised that a cover-up would involve tying up the loose ends with whatever threats or means necessary. This is one of the main ways that people just dismiss the whole Sister Lucy truth investigation. They say, well, wouldn't her relatives notice if there was an impostor? Then, they look no further into this most evil crime perpetuated against poor Sister Lucia dos Santos. Here are a few more facial comparisons: real Sister Lucy and the impostor. Can anyone really say that they look like the same person? If any relatives happen to see this and notice anything foul, please contact us at sisterlucytruth.org/contact. Objections and responses. Answered by Dr. Chojnowski. Number 11. Wouldn't a false Sister Lucy have to have sacrificed her entire life in order to play a role? What could she possibly gain? Many dedicate their entire lives to a cause, and many evil people have made incredible sacrifices for terrible purposes. Likewise, many heroic individuals have sacrificed everything knowing they would never see the fruits of their actions. The work of internally subverting the Catholic Church in the 20th century by external enemies and conspirators is a well-documented fact. Have not communist or Masonic agents acted as priests and even prelates of the Church for the remainder of their lives? The purpose of playing such a role is simple: the destruction of the Catholic faith itself. Objections and responses. Answered by Dr. Chojnowski. Number 8. Why don't dental work or aging explain the differences in appearance between the two sister Lucys? Dr. Joseph Mascaro, Dr. Rude Carsten, Dr. Julio Garcia, and Lois Gibson all independently affirm that the preponderance of physical differences between the two sister Lucys cannot be explained away by dental work, dentures, plastic surgery, or the aging process. They further state that the differences are so significant that the most reasonable explanation for them is the existence of two separate individuals. When one considers that the success of their professional careers has been based on the rigorous competence of their medical and scientific training, it would be rash to flippantly claim that they were all wrong on the same points. Further, in our facial math measurements report, conducted with the help of an independent prosthodontist, we measured ratios of specific anatomical landmarks to see whether aging could explain the observed differences between the two Lucys. These ratios demonstrate with mathematical certitude that the two individuals have fundamentally different facial measurements that cannot be accounted for by the aging process and even run counter to the aging process. For example, Lucy 2 has a shorter philtrum than Lucy 1, but the philtrum grows longer with age. The same applies to the distance between the eyebrows and eyes. Lastly, Dr. Mascaro, an oral surgeon with extensive experience in jaw osteotomies, notes that Lucy 2's dentures further support the conclusion that there are two different people. Removal of the teeth is unable to account for the marked change in profiles, particularly the mandibular protrusion. A severely prognathic chin is skeletal, not dental in origin. Objections and responses. From the Sister Lucy Truth website, objection number 12. Why replace Sister Lucy when the Vatican could simply silence her? For the simple reason that they could not silence the true seer of Fatima. Even more so, given the Vatican's 40 years of silence following 1960 and its relentless propaganda to water Fatima down into a vague and generic call to holiness, prayers, and penance. They not only needed the silence of Sister Lucy, they needed her undivided support. Her writings from after 1960 bear this point out. She called for complete obedience to the post-conciliar popes. Her adulation of these popes culminated in her 1992 and 93 interviews and her supposed approval of the interpretation of the Third Secret given in 2000, all of which make the Third Secret about John Paul II, the great hero of Fatima. They could not silence the seer. Before 1960, she repeatedly insisted in her letters that obedience to our Lord and Our Lady compelled her to speak. They could not silence the seer who did not hesitate to criticize each preconciliar pope who failed to heed our Lord and Lady's requests. In 1928 she wrote how our Lord is profoundly displeased. In 1929 she let it be known that the Holy Fathers themselves would fail our Lord as the King of France had failed him. In a 1935 letter to Father José Bernardo Gonçalves, Sister Lucy's confessor, she wrote, regarding the matter of Russia, "I think that it would please our Lord very much if you worked to make the Holy Father comply with his wishes." When Father Gonçalves wrote back in 1936 asking whether it was still necessary to insist on this point, she answered, "Believe me, if it were not for the fear of displeasing our good Lord because of my lack of clarity and sincerity, I would never have decided to speak so clearly." And like a gadfly, she continued to repeat and proclaim the renewed requests of our Lord and Our Lady in letters all through the years between 1940 to 1952 and for the final time in 1957. At the end of 1957, she said in her interview with Father Fuentes, "Believe me, Father, God will chastise the world and this will be in a terrible manner. The chastisement from heaven is imminent. The year 1960 is on us, and then what will happen? It will be very sad for everyone, and far from a happy thing, if the world does not pray and do penance before then." Not only was Sister Lucy silenced, but Father Fuentes was publicly disavowed. The next Bishop of Leiria, Monsignor João Pereira Venancio, said in 1960 regarding the third secret, "I can say nothing." Despite Monsignor Venancio's final attempt in a letter of May 17, 1960 to unite all the bishops of the world in preparation for the consecration of Russia, John XXIII ignored it. From then on, not only silence from Sister Lucy, but any further word from her was in total agreement with whatever the church hierarchy wished to say about Fatima and the third secret. Not only was the Vatican able to finally silence the seer who refused to remain silent, but they could have her agree with any change to the Fatima message they saw fit to promote. How do we explain this complete change in Sister Lucy's behavior, which occurred precisely after her final interview was published, in 1959?
Sister Lucy Truth has made a number of films from our forensic reports. This is another one that was taken from the Fatima Fraud Project. It was a live event where Dr. Chojnowski explained the plastic surgeon report by Dr. Julio Garcia. A bit about the doctor. Dr. Garcia was recognized by the International Association of Plastic Surgeons as a leading physician of the world, which recognizes physicians for their outstanding contributions to research, philanthropy and clinical advancements, and was named a top plastic surgeon in Las Vegas.
Okay, so what's the evidence? Expert analysis of photographs. First one, the plastic surgeon, Dr. Julio Garcia, board certified in plastic surgery by the American Board of Plastic Surgeons, a member of the American Academy of Cosmetic Surgery, a member of the American Society of Aesthetic Plastic Surgery, chief of plastic surgery at both Humana Sunrise and Valley Hospitals. He also has an art degree from Northwestern University, and he's on the American Board of Anti-Aging. I wonder what that is. Okay, we bring you his conclusion. First, he saw all the pictures and he pointed out things to us that we didn't even see and we had to follow up on. He says this. He never heard of this case before. He just looking at the evidence. I am of the opinion that subject B, 1940s Sister Lucy, and subject C, 1967 Sister Lucy, share some similarities, but I am very confident they are not the same individual. Finding number one, inconsistent chin. Now I think you can see the chins, right? Same person? Same person? Can you see? Sorta? You gotta see this. Come over here. Sit over here. You gotta see these chins. Every single specialist going, the chin, the chin, the chin, the chin. And nobody thinks for some reason that Sister Lucy had a chin implant. Nobody. All right? It seems a little odd. Yeah. Finding inconsistent chins, visibly different chins, unexplainable except the individuals are different or a chin implant. Subject C and D, that's 1967 and after, okay? Subject C and D have far more prominent protrusive chins when compared to the profile view of subject B on top, the real Sister Lucy. The difference cannot be explained by the aging process, nor can dental work account for the observed discrepancy. As we age, we lose fat and bone, making the appearance of the chin less prominent over time. The chin and jaw will not be altered in the manner apparent in the image and video with usual dental work. It would have to be a broken jawbone or broken facial bones. There you go. You can see that? Nope, same person, right? Why have they been saying it's the same person for so long? Here we go, side by side, profile view. These are the photos that the plastic surgeon picked out. Here we go again. Two Sister Lucy 2s on the bottom, and then the one Sister Lucy on the top. Now, okay, here we go. I bet you never thought about eyelid creases. Or, I better put this down. Look what he says. This is quoting from his report to us. It would be very unusual to not be able to detect a crease in the upper lid when an individual is young and then observe such a crease when that same individual ages. However, in images from the 1940s, it is nearly impossible to detect any crease in the upper eyelid. Yet, in the post-1967 photos, the upper lid crease is observable in nearly every photograph. Here we go again. You see up there is the first one. Sister Lucy 2 is on the bottom. This is 1967 over there, and this is 1999 over here. You see? Here we go again. This is, you gotta really look. Okay, plastic surgeon's report, finding number 3, different eyebrow distances. Some of you noticed this already. The distance between the eyebrow and eye should shorten with age, not lengthen. So this is the 1940s Sister Lucy over there, and this is the 1967 Sister Lucy, 20 years later. In Sister Lucy 2, the distance is longer. Mathematical measuring of the faces establishes ratios that show Sister Lucy 1 has a substantially shorter distance between the bottom of the brow to the upper eyelash, when compared to Lucy 2. Okay, and the mathematical measurements that we're giving you has never before been published by us, so you hear it for the first time. So you see, it gets bigger when it's supposed to get smaller. How can this be? Okay, these are the different ratios. And when it goes beyond the realm of normal standard deviation, it goes yellow and red. So here's the original Sister Lucy, and there's the statistics, the numberings for the new Sister Lucy. And you see the standard deviations way above the mean or below. This is mathematics. It's not feeling, it's not theology, it's mathematics, which has implications for everything. Okay, he continues. The width of the nose of subject C and D appears wide relative to the mouth when compared to the nose and mouth of subject B. Okay, you see the wide nose of Sister Lucy 2. Mathematical measuring of the faces establishes ratios that show Sister Lucy 1 has a more narrow nose than Sister Lucy 2. When calculating the ratio of the width of the nose relative to the mouth and the interpupillary distance. Width of nose is unaffected by aging or maturity. So the width of the nose doesn't change with aging or maturity. So therefore, why the mathematical differences? And here's the statistics. You can see all the red and the orange and the beyond the standard deviation. Okay, photographic anomalies. So you'll love this one. This is what Dr. Garcia pointed out to us. And we started looking into it and doing research. An unexpected insight during Dr. Garcia's analysis concerned a photograph. I'll show you it in a moment. At least one of the images appears to have been tampered with or otherwise altered. Specifically, Subject C, Exhibit 6, presents an image of Subject C, that's the 1967 Lucy, that is incompatible with the lighting present in the remainder of the image. This is what he's... This is the most famous picture from the 1967 meeting between Sister Lucy and Paul VI. This picture. And it was published on June 13th, 1967, 1 month after the event. That was the newspaper, the Voz de Fatima, produced by the shrine at Fatima. Whoa, what happened to Sister Lucy? She isn't really there. This is the source photo. You see the man with the glasses? You see the man turning? The photographic anomalies multiplied as the examination continued. That's an understatement. Sister Lucy, talking very closely, intimately, in a friendly way with Paul VI, all right? This huge crowd in the background. Notice this flag here, and notice the various characters. So they're talking, laughing. Guess what? Nope. That's the source photo. That's the real photo. And then this photo was put out. See the flags? The same position. Listen, the man with his back turned, same position. Wasn't there. You know how long she spent with him? 3 minutes. On that day in 1967. 3 minutes. We got another one. Whoa. Perfectly normal, right? Look at the figures. What do you think about Sister Lucy? Remember that picture before? It's the same one. It's the same one that was on that book. It was the same one in the yearbook, same one near the camera. Do you think that looks real? I don't know. Okay, well there's she in front of the camera again. And they manipulate the background a little bit, you see, but she has exactly the same expression on. We still aren't sure regarding how these were made because there was no Photoshop in those days. Clearly, the face of Sister Lucy was tampered with. Okay, the eye positions are strange. They turned the image this way and that to try to make it look plausible. Many people apparently were deceived, and we were deceived. I was deceived for many years. During my time at the Fatima, working with the Fatima Center, not once did I ever hear about an imposter, Sister Lucy. Not once. It's about time we pursue this, and it's about time the Vatican come up with some answers. Because Joseph Ratzinger, if you're out there, you know the truth, and you're on your deathbed or close to it. So come forward with the truth about the apparent substitution of Sister Lucy, of the hijacking of the message of Fatima. Come forward. This is grave matter. This is grave matter that affects the whole world. How can you not only go along with the taking out of the messenger of Fatima, the seer of Fatima, who saw the miracle of the sun, who predicted 3 times the miracle of the sun, and then it happened? How can you just stay there, knowing that this has happened, knowing that her persona has been hijacked, and that the message of Fatima has been totally hijacked, and basically the message of the third secret has been falsified? Because everyone knows that is absolutely absurd that this third secret, which was supposed to be revealed in 1960 because it would be clear as to what's going on and what the message is about, why that secret should refer to an assassination attempt in 1981, 21 years later. It's absurd. Exactly. So the whole Vatican interpretation of third secret is absurd. If the real Sister Lucy were alive at that point, she would never go along with this falsification. She would never go along with it. And yet how many go along with this?
What is the connection between Rudolf Steiner and John Paul II? As part of the Anthroposophical Theatre group in Poland, Karl Wojtyła was working with the art of speech and Rudolf Steiner's mystery dramas. Here he is with the book, Meditation on the Tarot, sitting on his desk. Valentin Tomberg, another fan of Steiner, wrote the book Meditations on the Tarot, which was forwarded by Cardinal Hans Urs von Balthasar. What is the connection between John Paul II and the impostor Lucy? Here are the letters and belongings displayed by the nuns of Coimbra, Portugal after the death of the impostor Lucy. Oh look, is this an oversight, or did they display these yin-yang occult balls on purpose? Why would they do this? Is it to sully the reputation of the real Sister Lucia? The answer to the above question is that Steiner, John Paul II and the impostor Lucy all dabbled in the occult. Does Bertoni and the Vatican want people to believe that the messenger of Fatima, Lucia dos Santos, was a practitioner of the occult? Bertoni claims to have been the first person into the cell of Lucy too. Did he not see these yin-yang balls? The amazing discovery by Sister Lucy Truth of video footage showing occult yin-yang balls amidst the belongings of the woman that we now know was an imposter Sister Lucy presents us with further avenues of investigation into the life and activities of the woman who stole the persona of Sister Lucy dos Santos, the messenger of Our Lady of Fatima. That the Carmelites of Coimbra and the Vatican handlers of the fake persona of the imposter Sister Lucy would not feel any kind of embarrassment presenting to the world evidence potentially linking Sister Lucy to occult practice is indicative of where we are in the history of the Catholic Church. The religious indifferentism of the post-Enlightenment period has been transformed into a willing cooperation in the religious tradition of pagan and occult practitioners. As Sister Lucy Truth has insisted, since professional reports clearly indicated that there had been a substitution and an imposture, the new Sister Lucy was in perfect accord with the new Church of the New Order. Just as John Paul II can have a book about tarot cards on his desk, so too, fake Sister Lucy has no problem keeping these superstitious trinkets with her, amidst her belongings. Help us find the ones who did this. Support us at Sister Lucy Truth/donate. Here is the footage where the yin-yang occult balls were shown.
Humildade e a fidelidade à missão confiada. Esses arquivos certamente vão revelar traços surpreendentes da Carmelita, que vão além da vidente de Fátima.
Uma pessoa muito dinâmica, muito humilde, muito simples, que estava sempre presente, que era...
You may be aware that Dr. Peter Chojnowski, who is an American philosopher in Idaho, has founded the organization Sister Lucy Truth with the goal of determining with certitude whether or not the woman the Vatican has paraded around as Sister Lucy of Fatima since 1959 is in fact that Sister Lucy to whom Our Lady appeared at Fatima in 1917, together with the other two children. The question is quite relevant when you look at photos of the woman known to be Sister Lucy all the way up into the 1940s, and then contrast those images with pictures of Sister Lucy in the 1960s and later. On the face of it, they just don't look like the same woman. But of course, that's not evidence, that's just a suspicion. So what Chojnowski did is he wanted to put the matter to rest one way or another, and so he raised funds and commissioned numerous scientists and other professionals to analyze and examine whatever data is available. And so now we have facial analysis, dental analysis, handwriting analysis, forensic art, professional opinions from plastic surgeons, and so on. All of the evidence that has been collected so far, with the official scientific reports and professional assessments, all of that has been posted at a website at sisterlucyimpostor.org. And that's sister spelled out and impostor with an ER ending. sisterlucyimpostor.org. So far, the verdicts of all the reports have been unanimous. The two women in question are not the same person. In other words, the woman known as Sister Lucy of Fatima, seen in photographs since the 1960s, is not, in fact, Sister Lucy of Fatima. That, at least, is what the evidence says that has been gathered so far. And if anyone has evidence to the contrary, that's fine too. Then contact Sister Lucy Truth and submit that evidence. The idea isn't to promote one particular theory, but to settle the question using the best technology available today. So we want to go by evidence, not by speculation, not by hypotheses, theories, or whatever. Now, the repercussions of this are tremendous. It means that anything purportedly coming from Sister Lucy after basically Pope Pius XII probably didn't come from her, or at least it's highly doubtful that it did. Certainly, the woman who appeared in public as Sister Lucy was not her, but an impostor, according to the evidence collected. What happened to the real Sister Lucy? Well, that's a question that will be investigated separately. Interestingly enough, and tragically enough, none of the well-known Recognize and Resist organizations have shown any interest whatsoever in this investigation or the results. And here I mean the Fatima Center, the Remnant, Catholic Family News, the Society of St. Pius X, and so forth. Apparently they don't care. And yet this is an issue that has nothing to do with sedevacantism or theology at all. It's only about whether or not the Vatican used a woman to impersonate Sister Lucy. And surely that is kind of a big deal, wouldn't you say? Well, on May 14th of this year, Chojnowski posted on his Rad Trat Thomist blog that the term diabolical disorientation now has to be discarded because it actually came not from the real Sister Lucy, but from the impostor. That, of course, is very unwelcome news for the organizations I just named, since they've basically built a whole theology, a theology of resistance, on that foundation of diabolical disorientation, a term introduced by the supposed Sister Lucy in the 1960s. Diabolical disorientation is what they always bring up when their theology runs into contradiction with the traditional doctrine. So, for example, they can say that the ideas put forth by an ecumenical council are junk because
diabolical disorientation.
They can say that the saints canonized by a true pope may in fact not be saints at all because
diabolical disorientation.
They can say that the new Mass of Paul VI is a defective rite of Mass, perhaps even invalid, because
diabolical disorientation.
And they can say that the Pope and with him the entire Church can adhere to a new and false religion because, you guessed it,
diabolical disorientation.
Yeah, come to think of it, maybe I understand now why they'd rather not bother with that Sister Lucy imposter thing. So far, the verdicts of all the reports have been unanimous. The two women in question are not the same person.
After 3 years of scientific, medical and mathematical forensic reports, we at Sister Lucy Truth can now definitively say that there was an imposter Lucy. Through this investigation, we have found that there are 4 main persons of interest that have emerged. This short film will now expose them. Many people will not like these findings, but if this is where the evidence leads, what else can Sister Lucy Truth do? The Fatima investigation will go on, regardless of sentiment or nostalgia some might have for these people involved in the crime and cover-up of Sister Lucia dos Santos, the seer of Fatima. There is no doubt anymore that these 4 bear the main responsibility for what happened to the real Sister Lucy. Who were the minor players and who did what when is still to be discovered. Saint Paul VI, first to perpetrate the Sister Lucy imposture in 1967. JP2 appeared with the fake Sister Lucy multiple times from 1982 to 2000. He used her to perpetrate the idea that he was the meaning of the third secret. Saint John XXIII spoke of the prophets of doom on October 11, 1962, now his feast day. Sister Lucy appears to have been disappeared during his time, from October 28, 1958 to 1963. Benedict XVI was in charge of the Sister Lucy fraud for 30 years. After 3 years of paying professional fees for a slew of morphological, forensic, handwriting, and linguistic reports, and now moving on to look for government documentations relevant to Sister Lucy and the conclave of 1958, where her fate was clearly decided, we are sorely in need of funds to continue our work.
We have no big donors nor even many small donors, so in order to keep things going and to continue getting the message out, we need your tax-deductible donations.
Please be generous. We are fighting and will fight, but we need resources. Please go to sisterlucytruth.org/donate.
This is a short overview of Dr. Bennett's facial recognition report on the 2 Lucys that was done for Sister Lucy Truth. An introduction. We all have the natural God-given ability to recognize faces, a social necessity. This recall capability is hidden internally, in our fuzzy memory of faces and not subject to any objective external review. But facial recognition from surveillance video, along with automated processing of facial characteristics, allows modern software to measure, analyze and identify faces in a crowd in real time, with high probability of success. Unlike our own visual process, automated recognition techniques follow a known and accepted set of statistical rules. So they are objective, reviewable and repeatable by anyone, consistent with the quantitative knowledge and sharing of evidence required by the scientific method. What follows is a forensic application of the same professional statistical methods of facial recognition to 2 sets of photos that purport to be of the same person, the only difference being the report computations were done manually. Abstract. A quantitative test for the probability that 2 sets of photos are of the same woman. The result for 7 facial characteristics in each photo is that the odds are 13 million to 1 that Lucy 1 and Lucy 2 are the same person. Although facial recognition has advanced rapidly with technology, standard statistical methods are still effective in achieving low-tech solutions. A case history will be analyzed as to whether photo sets, Lucy 1 and Lucy 2, represent the same woman at different ages. The fundamental assumption to be statistically tested is that Lucy 1 equals Lucy 2, the null hypothesis. The facial features of 9 pictures of Lucy prior to 1960, Lucy 1, will be analyzed versus 5 of Lucy post-1960, Lucy 2, by using the means and errors of 7 facial dimensions. The t-test is relevant here, since the means and standard deviations are measured, and the distributions are normal. Statistical method of choice, the t-test. What is computed by the t-test is the statistical probability p that the photos are of the same woman, but only differ in individual measurements by reasonable random errors. The more photos are tested, the greater likelihood of a correct interpretation. Tabular computation of total probability that 1 equals 2. The probability of all 6 independent facial length ratios occurring is the product of each probability, times the standard error of this estimate, SQRT, n equals sqrt6 equals 2.5. So the best estimate for the likelihood that Lucy 1 equals Lucy 2 is 2.5 times 3 by 10 to the power of minus 8 equals 7.5 times 10 to the power of minus 8 equals 1/13 times 10 to the power of 6 equals 1 in 13 million. Summary. All ratio measurements are computed by the t-test and then converted to probability estimates in the last column above. We see that the mean A/B ratio of nose length to philtrum 1 is identical for Lucy 1 and 2, the probability is 1. Were this the only comparison, the conclusion would be that the same woman was photographed. The ratio of nose length to eye width, A/E, is the least likely match of the photo set and also the most recognizable of the face. Conclusion, the result corresponds to about 1 chance in 13 million. Or getting 24 consecutive heads for true coin flips, that all the photos had the same subject. That Lucy 1 and Lucy 2 is the same person is 13 million to 1. Please, go read the report.
Bart Baggett is among the world's leading forensic handwriting experts. From Mr. Baggett's curriculum vitae, he is a skilled authority in handwriting identification and has examined over 14,000 documents as part of over 880 cases. He is a court-qualified expert witness in the field of questioned documents within the states of California, Texas, Alaska, Nevada, and Arizona. Sister Lucy Truth turned to his expertise to analyze a sizable set of handwriting samples from Sister Lucy in order to detect any differences. In his analysis, He concludes that the submitted document sample written by the post-1976 Sister Lucy was highly likely a document written by another person with many similar characteristics in letter form and letter structure. The letter which Bart Baggett has definitively analyzed and translated has proven to be a cleverly attempted forgery. Notice that in a letter of thanks to a man who gave a gift to the convent of Coimbra, she spends 80% of the letter telling you to obey probably the greatest revolutionary and modernist in the history of the Catholic Church, rather than being the leader of the opposition, or should we say, prophet of doom. Sister Lucy of 1969 is Paul VI's greatest defender. Urging complete obedience to one who speaks for God and to object to him means that you are separated from the vine of the Catholic Church and face the fires of hell. The importance of this find cannot be overstated. Coimbra, December 27, 1969. Dear Olcino, Pax Christi. Thank you very much for the gift you sent the community. As well as myself, they thank you for it. We asked the child Jesus to compensate you with a holy and happy new year of 1970. That it may be to you a year of grace, an increase of firm faith in God and His Church, in His representatives that remain united to the Supreme Chief that is Pope Paul VI. There is no other that is true or chosen by God to be the head of His mystic body on earth. He is the guide of His people of God, which forms the militant church, of which we have the luck of being members. We need to remain faithful, firm in faith, hope, and charity, united to His representatives of Christ on earth, following His doctrines, His teachings, His directorates. If somebody tells you different, don't believe him, because he is in error. Those are the ones our Lord speaks of in His gospel, the branches which, separated from the vine, wither, dry up, and are only good to be thrown into the fire to burn. We remain united to the grapevine, in order that the divine sap may run into our souls and save us. Thankful and dedicated in union of prayers. Sister Lucia. Declaration of Bart Baggett handwriting of Irmã Lúcia. It has been determined that Irmã Lúcia has been identified as the author of question documents Q1 through Q4. It is highly probable that Irmã Lúcia did not write the question document, Q5. This is highly likely a document written by another person with many similar characteristics in letter form and letter structure. It is not possible to know if this is the author's natural signature, or it was intentionally created to look similar to the author's known writing. Declaration. I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of California that the foregoing is true and correct. Executed on this 31st day of December 2018, in Sherman Oaks, California.
The following dialogue is taken from an article by Dr. Peter Chojnowski, founder of Sister Lucy Truth, and head of the Fatima investigation. John Paul II receives a letter from Roberto Calvi indicating to him that Calvi knows why the Vatican Bank has been laundering money for the mafia. 12 days later, Calvi is found hanging off of Blackfriars Bridge, killed in a ritualistic Masonic way. But we are to believe that John Paul II would not use the faked persona of Sister Lucy. Absurd. Let us, at Sister Lucy Truth, be clear. Based upon evidence, conversations, and reflections we had, within the last 5 years of this investigation, we are accusing the Vatican and the leadership of the Vatican, with the murder, and cover-up of the murder of Sister Lucy dos Santos, Messenger of Fatima. We also accuse those various ones with the replacement perpetrated from at least May 13, 1967 to 2005, when the impostor died. No saint would in any way participate in such grave and sacrilegious crimes. We also condemn the woman who took the place of Sister Lucy of Fatima on the world stage. Her identity is still unknown. However, there is no doubt that hers is a grave crime and sacrilegious theft, and she engaged in a perverted use of the persona of the very messenger of heaven, for our time. This strange woman endorsed exactly what the real Sister Lucy would have condemned. The substitution makes all the difference in the world. The final go-ahead for a hit against such a world-famous seer and religious icon could not have come from anyone other than from the man sitting at the top of the Vatican hierarchy. We know exactly who used this faked persona to advance their own agenda and their own personality cult. We also know who spent 3 decades covering up the imposture and presiding over the intentional distortion of the meaning of the third secret and of the entire Fatima message. We accuse John the 23rd, Paul VI, John Paul II, and Benedict XVI. These, along with the impostor herself, are clearly guilty of grave crimes in this regard. Any questions? Dr. Peter Chojnowski, founder of Sister Lucy Truth and head of the Fatima investigation.
Now, when you have someone like a specialist such as Lois Gibson,
Yes.
clearly stating that, oh, there's no way that these two people could be the same,
Yes.
same individual.
Yes.
Where are you exactly in the investigation? Why hasn't it exactly stopped there?
Right. Well, you'd think it would stop there and with these others, because we have plastic surgeons and other reports that, clearly identify that these are 2 different people, plus the facial recognition technology that's used by the FBI, the police departments all over the country. Now we're putting everything together and handing it over to some forensic specialists, and they're gonna come up with another report. They're getting what they need and looking at the evidence. Once we do that, then we're going to take it as we've done everything we can with the latest technology, and then it's a matter of putting this information on the internet, making it sort of bringing the whole question to the mainstream media, because that's where ultimately we want to get it to. Of course, we've sort of penetrated the various Catholic sites and publications, but I find it concerning and perplexing that more people, once we presented this evidence, because Eddie, all this evidence is on the internet. I mean, every time we've gotten a report, no matter what it said, we've put it on the internet and put it out there for anyone to view at any time. and ask us questions about it and publish the resumes of all the specialists. But what's concerning to me is that rather than just look at it objectively, many people look at it subjectively and from the sort of a combative stance where you're looking at it as a member of a group, this group or that group. Well, what about the facts? Where do the facts point? And we can read it in our own way based on our own understanding and our own faith and theological outlook. But let's look at the facts and see what are the consequences of those facts. Where does it lead us? And I challenge anyone to look at our evidence on sisterlucytruth.org, make a judgment, or even open up the question, because that's all we're asking people to do is think about the question and what are the implications if there is an imposter who was put in her place. What are the implications? What other questions does that bring up? And how is the Vatican going to respond to this? And, the Carmel at Coimbra, and even to somewhat degree Opus Dei, the Opus Dei organization, because the nuns at Coimbra are cooperators with Opus Dei. So they have some questions that have to be answered. But I think the easiest way of approaching all this information is silence. Just, the shroud of silence that is covering us now. But we're not going to be silent. And with our friends here and with yourself, we want to get this information out because it's critical. It's critical to understand what happened to her, because if we can't understand what happened to Sister Lucy, then how do we understand Fatima? How are we to understand everything that she supposedly said after 1960? Because the imposter, the woman that I believe now is an imposter based on what we've seen, she really performed a certain role. And they didn't just put an imposter there for no reason whatsoever. She was to follow a certain line, and she's followed that line. And I think that if the evidence clearly points to there being an imposter, then we have to ask ourselves, well, why was there an imposter put in the first place? And what did they intend her to do? Why not just say Sister Lucy had died and that be the end of it? Why put it in imposter? It's to create a false narrative, really. And the question is, what is that false narrative? And what did they want us to believe?
Objections and responses.
How could a cover-up this extensive be maintained over decades?
Sister Lucy Truth currently does not have enough information to know exactly how the cover-up occurred, or was maintained for so long. The only thing we have is the irrefutable scientific and forensic evidence that there were two Sister Lucys. Nevertheless, we can still speculate, based upon what we do know about the case, how it would have been possible to get away with the substitution. In retrospect, what made the cover-up easy to maintain for decades was the inability to share extensive photographs, videos, and handwriting samples from Sister Lucy dos Santos before and after 1960. With the advent of the internet, spreading this information and accessing it has become much easier and almost instantaneous. For the first time in history we can see with our own eyes how Sister Lucy appeared and wrote, throughout her entire life. Imagine a person seeing Sister Lucy in May of 1967 or in magazine accounts in June of that same year. They would not remember how she looked in the decades before. They would have nothing to compare her appearance with. Before instant communication and the sharing of photographs, any replacement would go unnoticed by most. We know that after her interview with Father Fuentes on December 26, 1957, we have neither authentic photographic or graphological evidence that Sister Lucy dos Santos, the Carmelite from the Carmel of Coimbra, who was the primary seer at the apparitions at Fatima from May until October 1917, was still alive. The situation appears more suspect when we consider that in July 1959, after claiming that Father Fuentes lied about much that he had reported concerning his interview with Sister Lucy, the Diocese of Coimbra issued a statement that said, "Sister Lucia has nothing more to say on Fatima." This is very suspicious since her main mission in life was to spread the message of Fatima that had been given to her by the Blessed Virgin Mary. According to John Haffert, a Blue Army founder and famous chronicler of the Fatima apparitions, John the 23rd, after 1959, authorized only persons who had the approval of the Vatican to speak with Sister Lucy. The awkwardness concerning this situation ended when an impostor, who perfectly reflected the attitudes and ideas of the modernists occupying the Vatican, was brought before the cameras, both in 1967, and after the assassination attempt on John Paul II in 1981. The woman who appeared as Sister Lucy continued to do so until her death in 2005. This astounding cover-up is now beginning to unravel. With the use of modern technology and contemporary modes of medical and forensic analysis, more and more people are able to educate themselves concerning this gravely disturbing situation. Fatima suddenly takes on a whole new light. We at Sister Lucy Truth publicly declare that based on the evidence presented here, we have found it to be morally and scientifically certain that the woman portrayed to the world as Sister Lucy, from her first public appearance on May 13, 1967, to her death on February 13, 2005, was not the same person as Sister Lucy, seer of Fatima and visionary who predicted the miracle of the sun on October 13, 1917. This, one of the greatest frauds in the history of the Church, was discovered through the use of the most sophisticated facial recognition programs available, along with the accumulated testimony of plastic surgeons, orthodontists, forensic artists, private investigators, handwriting analysts, and facial recognition experts. Due to the availability of hundreds of photos of Sister Lucy on the internet and in authoritative biographies, this case of substitution, fraud, and stolen identity has been able to be uncovered and analyzed. Without the judgment of the best and most relevant professionals available, we would not be making this grave accusation and presenting this charge. We will continue to accumulate and post on this site new studies and research concerning this investigation as they are produced and published. All of the names of the relevant experts shall be published along with their professional findings. The truth of the disappearance of the true Sister Lucy and the identity of the impostor who took her place shall be placed before an internationally based private investigator who will investigate and solve the case. The fraud has been identified and named. We charge the highest officials in the Vatican with conspiracy to perpetuate and conceal the substitution of Sister Lucy dos Santos of Fatima with an as yet unknown impostor. See our investigation at sisterlucytruth.org. Why did God and the Blessed Virgin Mary show to 70,000 witnesses the miracle of the sun? Was this meant to endorse the modernist heresy in the Catholic Church by having Sister Lucia of Fatima endorse the perpetrators of that heresy, which was called by Saint Pius X, the synthesis of all heresies? The true face of the modernists has been clearly and scientifically displayed by Sister Lucy Truth. We have empirically and mathematically proven the woman put forward to the world since 1967 was not the seer of Fatima. Now, is the Catholic world going to allow these modernists who have destroyed the doctrine, morals, and the practice of the Catholic Church to also destroy the persona of Sister Lucy dos Santos? Will you not help us get the real story out to the world? It does matter. The following program is a short segment of the first audience presentation given by Dr. Peter Chojnowski. Fatima Fraud, Our Case for an Impostor Lucy. Part 1. Look for Part 2, coming soon.
First of all, you're going to have to submit to a little experiment. So, you're just going to look at some pictures because we consulted so many, dozens and dozens of scientific experts, investigative experts, and many say that the human eye is a better judge of things than the most advanced computers. And I think you'll see why that is true, even though we're going to bring forward the math to show you that this fraud has been perpetrated on us. But we're just gonna have a little experiment, okay? I want you to really look at the faces being presented. Look at the mouth, look at the chin, look at the eyebrows, look at the phylum. You know what the phylum is? It's the little part between the nose and the lips. Everything matters in this regard. So look at all the aspects of the faces that I present to you, and then I want you to react. When there's something wrong, I want you to raise your hand, okay? Here's page 10. The famous picture of the 3 children of Fatima. About the age of 13. as you can see, a very strong figure, a very strong face, a face that has already known adversity. There's a certain aura about it. When entering the Dorothean nuns, this is moving, isn't it? Member of the Dorothean order. One of the few profiles that we have of Sister Lucy. She's a Dorothean nun, and you can see her profile. Notice the chin, the lips, the forehead. Sister Lucy, again, a very famous picture as a Dorothean. Wait, what?
No way.
Wait a minute. I meant I spent all that money on something that's obvious. Wait. Check it out again. This one's 1967. We have no pictures of her from the early 50s until this is 1967, May 13th, when she met with Paul VI at Fatima. Okay? Now go back. Now I'm going to give you the dates. This is 1947, Dorothean. This is 1967, Carmelite. Just my own interest. Are we dealing with the same person? Who says yes? Who says no? No.
We at Sister Lucy Truth are fighting to finish the investigation. If you are able, and want to see justice for Sister Lucia, please consider sending any size donation to keep us going. Thank you.
The multitude of letters that arrive here from all over the world bears witness to this. They do little more than complain about the miseries that flood mankind. In view of this, I've become convinced that only myself and the little group who, as myself, had the good fortune of consecrating themselves to our Lord, are the only happy people on earth. This quotation from a December 29, 1955 letter of the authentic Sister Lucy to a friend of her Carmel indicates that great joy she felt at being a Carmelite. Her acts of self-denial and her belief that, as a Carmelite, she was to crucify her own life along with the life of our Lord Jesus Christ, provides us with great hope that her own martyrdom, taken down by the enemies of Holy Mother Church, would be a proper fulfillment of her mission given to her at Fatima in 1917 by Our Lady. It is not without significance that the last vision in the cova was of Our Lady of Mount Carmel. Her appearance followed Our Lady, our Lord, and Saint Joseph as they would be seen in the joyful and sorrowful mysteries. Our Lady of Mount Carmel stood for the glorious mysteries. The brown scapular of the Carmel was to be Sister Lucia's holy livery, in which she served as her messenger until she was taken from us by evil men and replaced by an impostor who would totally transform her message and reputation until it was a caricature of her many visions of our Lord and Lady formed it to be. Let us not waste the deep spiritual witness that permeates these last known letters of the real Sister Lucy of Fatima. Signed, Dr. Peter Chojnowski. Read here the last authentic correspondence of Sister Lucy of Fatima before the forgeries began. Bring a handkerchief with you when you read them. I cannot bring myself to comment on such holy thoughts." Unquote. Dr. Chojnowski, founder of Sister Lucy Truth. To Father Superior, Coimbra, December 29, 1955. Reverend Father Superior, only today am I able to answer your letter and thank you for the good news. I hope that you have been feeling better and that you have felt the help of our Lord in the works of the apostolate that is entrusted to you. Difficulties grow everywhere, and that is why we need the help of the divine grace in order to obtain something that is good. May Our Lady, as a loving mother, watch over us and help us all. The multitude of letters that arrives here from all over the world bears witness to this. They do little more than complain about the miseries that flood mankind. In view of this, I become convinced that only myself and the little group who, as myself, had the good fortune of consecrating themselves to our Lord, are the only happy people on earth. It is not that one does not live without a cross, because this is part of being the chosen people. But if it is carried with love, it becomes a treasure of appreciable value, which, in fact, none of those who follow Christ wants to lose. I don't know if you have ever seen the cell of a Carmelite. In each cell there is a wooden cross without the statue. It is so that, following the example of Jesus, she should be crucified on it in order to follow him step by step to Calvary, where she must suffer and die with him for love and for the souls that he may want to save through her. Looking this way at the cross, it becomes light and easy to carry. One loves because in it one finds a knot of union with our God crucified for us, and one does not wish anything more than to love and suffer for love. In this way, I ask our Lord to transform your mission works into a multitude of graces and blessings for the souls entrusted to you. Hoping that the feast of Christmas was a source of happiness and spiritual enjoyment for you, and asking for the new year the best graces and blessings from heaven, I remain united in prayer, Sister Lucy. Queenborough, November 9, 1954. Dear Father Superior, I don't know exactly where this letter will find you, or if you are still around. Let us hope so. Our Reverend Mother told me that you had been at the entrance hall of our convent, but at such a bad hour that due to the fact that we only have one locutory, it was impossible for me to speak to you then. As you must have seen at that moment, the family of a postulant who was coming in had just arrived. Too bad you could not come back later. I would also have liked to say goodbye, since you are going so far away, but our immolation must be complete, that all our steps be marked with the sign of the Lamb's cross. St. John says that he saw in heaven a multitude that followed the Lamb everywhere. I believe that on earth the Lamb has a similar procession that follows him, waving the banner of the cross for his love, until they are incorporated in the eternal procession, singing the hymn of victory. I don't know if you were ever in a Carmelite cell. Too bad you did not come on one of those occasions when the cardinals come in and let others come in as well. You would see then what its best ornament is: one big single wooden cross covering the white of the main wall. When I had the good fortune of entering the Carmelite order, I was led to the cell, and as I was entering it, I fixed my eyes on the big stripped cross that opened its arms to me. Our Reverend Mother Prioress asked me, "Do you know why this cross has no statue?" And without giving me time to answer, she added, "It is so that you may crucify yourself on it." What a beautiful ideal to be crucified with Christ, that he may inebriate me with the gladness of the cross. Here lies the secret of my happiness: not to want or wish for more than to love and suffer for love. an investigation into the great deception perpetrated by the Vatican since 1959. Lucia dos Santos at the age of 10, Francisco Marto age 8, and Jacinta Marto age 7 were graced on May 13, 1917, in the middle of the Great War, with the vision of the woman who would ultimately reveal herself as the Lady of the Rosary. These visions were to take place on the 13th of every month until October 13, 1917. The only time in which this did not happen was in August, when the children were kidnapped and threatened with boiling in oil by the Masonic administrator of Fatima. Even though the lady would appear to the children on August 19th, this was the first time that the children of Fatima would have their lives threatened for not denying that they had seen the apparition, and also because they refused to reveal the secret entrusted to them by the lady. The oldest child, Lucia, was the seer who saw, heard, and spoke to the Blessed Virgin Mary during the apparitions. She was told that though Francisco and Jacinta would be taken to heaven soon, she was to be the lady's messenger, meant to use her life to spread the message of Fatima, devotion to the Immaculate Heart of Mary and to the Rosary, and the one who would be entrusted with the request that Russia be consecrated to the Immaculate Heart of Mary, so that a reign of peace would be given to mankind and Russia would be converted from her errors. At the request of Lucia, the lady agreed to perform a miracle on October 13, 1917 at midday, so that all may believe. This miracle of the sun took place on October 13, 1917, with 70,000 people witnessing the greatest public miracle since the resurrection. Believers and those who had come to mock experienced what they believed to be the end of the world. The great solar miracle made the devout and the scoffers fall down on their knees and beg for forgiveness. News of such a miracle and the message that it was meant to validate was entrusted to Lucia, the visionary who entered the Dorothean order in Spain in order to fulfill her mission. In 1948, she entered the Carmelite order in Coimbra, Portugal. This was done with the approval of Monsignor Giovanni Battista Montini and the cooperation of Father Jose Maria Scriva of Opus Dei. Her last attempt to fulfill the mission entrusted to her was on December 26, 1957, when she gave an interview to Father Augustin Fuentes. In this stark and apocalyptic interview, Sister Lucy said that Satan is in the mood for a final battle with the Blessed Virgin Mary. In this battle, all must take a side. Do not expect the hierarchy of the Church to call you to do penance. The last means which God offers to us is devotion to the Immaculate Heart of Mary and devotion to the Rosary. Our Lady has given a special efficacy during this time to the recitation of the Rosary. Then suddenly, something happened. The October 28, 1958 election of Angelo Roncalli as John the 23rd heralded a new orientation in the Catholic Church. The expected announcement of the third secret did not take place as expected by the Catholic world. It was put out on July 1959 that, quote, Sister Lucy has no more to say about Fatima, unquote. But much more happened. It began to appear to the public on May 13, 1967, with the appearance of a woman as Sister Lucy, who, in appearance, age, mood, demeanor, and basic maxillofacial structure, did not resemble the true seer of Fatima. What had happened? Doctored pictures were put out in June 1967. From that moment on, the real Sister Lucy disappeared, and a new woman, an impostor, emerged and assumed her identity. The woman meeting with John Paul II in 1982 after his attempted assassination, and in the years afterwards until the event in Fatima in 2000, where it was announced that the third secret would be revealed, to the applause and affirmation of the woman assumed to be Sister Lucy. How could such an epic deception take place? Who was responsible? Why did they do it? In 2017, Dr. Peter Chojnowski, an American professor with a PhD from Fordham University and years of research and lecturing experience on the topic of Fatima, founded Sister Lucy Truth, Inc., to discover the real history of Sister Lucy dos Santos of Fatima. From June 28, 2018, when the first facial recognition tests on hundreds of photographs of Sister Lucy from her childhood until her purported death, reported that the Sister Lucy prior to 1967 was a different individual from the woman that assumed the identity of Sister Lucy of Fatima beginning on May 13, 1967. Since then, Sister Lucy Truth has commissioned handwriting experts, facial recognition companies, and university departments, presented the material to plastic surgeons, dentists, superfacial recognizers, the world's best forensic artist, an international conference of ophthalmologists, and a dozen private investigators to analyze the evidence. From this work emerged the unanimous decision that there was an impostor in the place of the real Sister Lucy of Fatima. In fact, Professor Lois Gibson, who holds the Guinness Book of World Record for identifying the most criminals with her forensic art, reported that, quote, due to the various completely different facial structures of individual A compared to individual B, it is impossible these are the same woman, unquote. How did this crime happen? What happened? Who can be held accountable? Help Sister Lucy Truth find out. We will not give up. sisterlucytruth.org.
The Miracle of the Sun by Peter Chojnowski, Ph.D. This is an excerpt from the talk given by Dr. Chojnowski at the Fatima Challenge Conference about the miracle of the sun that took place at Fatima on October 13, 1917. As Catholics who value and understand the validity of reason and evidence, we must ask ourselves, what lends credibility to this miracle of the sun? When we ask this question and begin to do the research, we are amazed at how much evidence there is to support the validity of the claims of this miracle. There are so many contemporary testimonies. I can mention only some of the basic sources which testify to the truth of this miracle. The contemporary press is the first of these sources. Indeed, it was the anti-clerical Masonic press in Portugal which reported on the miracle first. When looking for reliable sources concerning historical events, it is always best to consult those who have no bias or vested interest in the events. If they testify to the truth of the historical claim, the claim is bolstered immeasurably. If, however, the witnesses are professionally hostile and yet testify to the truth of the claims of their opponents, the testimony is of incalculable worth. We have this kind of testimony in the account of Avelino de Almeida, the editor-in-chief of O Século, a liberal, anti-clerical, and Masonic daily in Lisbon. Mr. de Almeida was actually a witness to the events at the Cova de Area. To this testimony of the anti-Catholics, we add the testimony of the Church. The official investigation into the miracle itself began in November 1917. Monsignor Vidal, who was directing the Diocese of Lisbon, instructed the parish priest to launch an immediate investigation into the case. So the Church, from the beginning, was investigating the claims and interviewing the witnesses. This investigation came to fruition when Bishop de Silva of Fatima officially approved the apparition as worthy of belief. This could not have been difficult, since, unlike most historical events, the events on October 13 at Fatima had innumerable witnesses, whose testimony agree, and who have left innumerable documents. These innumerable accounts of the events that October Day were meticulously documented from the beginning until our own time. These accounts of the events came out in the decades when eyewitnesses were still alive, leaving open the possibility that the accounts could be refuted by the eyewitnesses. They could have objected when the reports came out, but no one did. In fact, on the 60th anniversary of the miracle of the sun, there were some 30 eyewitnesses who could still testify to the events on that day. What also adds to the veracity of the claims concerning the miracle of the sun is the fact that the miracle itself was witnessed by some 70,000 people that day. Their testimony is unanimous. However, who were these witnesses, other than our Masonic newspaperman Avelino de Almeida? Were there only Portuguese Catholic peasants who attended this anticipated miracle? The answer here is, of course, no. The Portuguese historian, Leopoldo Nunes, who was present on the scene on October 13, says, "At the moment of the great miracle there were present some of the most illustrious men of letters, in the arts and the sciences, and almost all were unbelievers coming out of curiosity, led by the prediction of the seers. Even the Minister of Education of the Masonic government was there. Here we have Our Lady, at the request of Lucy, proving the authenticity of her Fatima message to the unbelievers." We continue the testimony given us by Avelino de Almeida, the professional anti-Catholic witness. It is worth noting that the editors of the other anti-clerical newspapers attacked de Almeida for his report. But even in the face of such criticism by his comrades, he did not retreat from his testimony. In fact, 15 days after his original account of the miracle, he published another story about the events, this time illustrating it with 12 pictures taken of the crowd in the midst of the miracle of the sun. Throughout this article, de Almeida just kept repeating, "I saw it. I saw it. I saw it." Let us follow the account of Avelino de Almeida, adding to it that of another eyewitness, Dr. Almeida Garrett, professor of the Faculty of Sciences at the University of Coimbra, obtained by Father Formigao. The story for de Almeida begins on October 12, 1917, when he arrives at Fatima to see the non-fulfillment of the prophecy of a miracle. Here, the unbeliever, who was obviously impressed with the faith of the believers, says, On the road, we encounter the first groups which are on their way to the holy place, a good 13 miles away. Men and women are for the most part barefoot, the latter carrying their shoes in bags on their heads, while the men lean on thin sticks and are also prudently armed with umbrellas. Apparently indifferent to what is going on around them, they do not seem to notice the countryside nor their fellow travelers, but murmur the rosary as they go, immersed in thought. A woman recites the first part of the Ave Maria and immediately her companions continue the second part in chorus. They move rhythmically and rapidly in order to reach the place of the apparitions by nightfall. Here, under the stars they will sleep, keeping the first and best places near the little tree. What a moving account. He must have been profoundly moved by what he saw. We can only wonder about his attitude. Perhaps it was one of pity for what he thought were the pathetic hopes of the people. The whole night it rained. This was a change in the weather from what had occurred earlier in the autumn season. It was as if Our Lady was perfectly stage managing the scene to emphasize the miracle. The rain transformed the dusty roads into muddy quagmires. What does de Almeida say concerning the response of the people to these adverse conditions? They did not lose hope and they did not forget the cause for which they came. Soldiers, armed with pointed bayonets, were placed around the top of the mountain to prevent crowds from assembling. The day of October 13th arrived. De Almeida continues. By 10 o'clock the sky was completely hidden behind the clouds and the rain began to fall in earnest. Swept by the strong wind and beating upon the faces of the people, it soaked the pilgrims, often without protection against the weather, to the marrow of their bones. But no one complained or turned back. Hours of waiting. The great mass of people congregate round the oak tree which, according to the children, is Our Lady's pedestal. At noon, what amazes us about the miracle of the sun is the specificity of Our Lady, just as God himself is so specific in all that he does. God does not create, sustain, or guide the general. Our Lady said in July of 1917 that she would perform a miracle at midday on the 13th of October. But it was afternoon. How can we say that Our Lady's promise was being fulfilled? Here it is necessary to say that the Portuguese government, due to its belligerency with France and Britain during World War I, decided that the clocks were to be set 90 minutes ahead so that Portugal would be in the same time zone as her fellow belligerents. On October 13, 1917, 1:30 p.m. was actually midday, sun time. The hour of the miracle approached. The presence of the seers is announced shortly before the scheduled time of the apparition and miracle. They arrive about ½ an hour early. The little girls Jacinta and Lucy, crowned with flowers, are led to the place where the platform has been erected. When Lucy asks them, no, orders them, to shut their umbrellas in the drenching rain, something that goes against intuition, the order is transmitted and executed right away without resistance. Then they wait. What if there was no miracle? But there was. Near the time of 1:30 p.m., a priest, who stood by the children and had been waiting since the evening before, began to grow impatient. Look, it's midday now. Our Lady does not lie. Well, after a few minutes with nothing happening except the rain pouring down on the uncovered thousands, the priest again looked at his watch and said, look, it's midday now. Our Lady doesn't lie. It's past midday. You see, it's all a delusion. Run along, all of you. Go away. It's a delusion. In response to this skepticism and doubt, Lucy refused to go. It was midday, so the priest began to push the 3 children away from the site. Then the simple faith of Lucy took over. She began to cry and said, if anyone wants to go, I shall stay where I am. Our Lady said she would come. She came the other times and she will come this time too. At that moment Lucy looked to the east and said to Jacinta, Jacinta, kneel down. Our Lady is coming. I saw the lightning. According to Sister Lucy's account, the impatient priest did not say another word and the children never saw him again. It was at this moment that the miracle commenced. Here are the stages of the miracle of the sun. 1. The rain stops. What is truly amazing about this miracle is that Our Lady perfectly stage managed the entire event. Each aspect of the miracle was directed to accentuate the miraculous nature of the phenomenon. Dr. Almeida Garrett reports, the sky, which had been overcast all day, suddenly clears up. The rain stops and it looks like the sun is about to fill with light the countryside that the wintry morning had made so gloomy. This sudden change of weather surprised all of the witnesses. Dr. Pereira Gen simply reports, the rain suddenly stopped. It suddenly stopped, of course, at the exact moment which had been predicted for the miracle to take place. 2. The vision of the sun. Why the vision of the sun? Because at this moment, contrary to the normal phenomenon, everyone, and this is a unanimous testimony without contradiction, could look at the sun clearly, directly, and without wincing or closing their eyes. No one needed to turn away. This is what the editor of O Seculo says. Then they saw a unique spectacle, an unbelievable spectacle for anyone who did not witness it. From the road, one could see the immense multitude turn towards the sun, which appeared free from clouds and in its zenith. It resembles a dull silver disk, and it is possible to look at it without the least discomfort. Dr. Garrett, one however, had this observation. I saw it, the sun, as a disk with a clean-cut rim, luminous and shining, but which did not hurt the eyes. I do not agree with the comparison which I have heard made in Fatima, that of a dull silver disk. It was a clearer, richer, brighter color, having something of the luster of a pearl. I felt it to be a living body. It looked like a glazed wheel made of mother of pearl. It was a remarkable fact that one could fix one's eyes on this brazier of light and heat without any pain in the eyes or blinding of the retina. The light was visible 30 miles away, and appeared as a great red flash 16 miles down the road, in Leiria, where the angle of view was such that the climax of the miracle, the falling, was not seen. 3. The dance of the sun. One would think that this would be enough, being able to look at the sun without having to turn away, but Our Lady wanted to demonstrate her power in a more convincing way. So this sun that all the witnesses could observe without irritation, danced. This was called by many of the common folk present, the dance of the sun. De Almeida says concerning this dance, the sun trembled. The sun made sudden incredible movements outside all cosmic laws. The sun danced, according to the typical expression of the people. It shook and trembled. It seemed like a wheel of fire. Dr. Garrett adds, the sun's disk did not remain immobile. This was not the sparkling of a heavenly body, for it spun round upon itself. It made a whirl. Also, it spun like a firewheel, taking on all the colors of the rainbow. It looked like a ball of snow, revolving upon itself. According to T. Marto, the father of Jacinta and Francisco, at a certain moment the sun seemed to stop and then began to move and dance. However, the sun stops, only to begin its strange dance all over again after a brief interruption, whirling upon itself, giving the impression of approaching or receding. This dance, which was seen by the 70,000 witnesses, was actually repeated 3 times during the course of the 10-minute-long miracle. All the colors of the rainbow with the dance of the sun. Something else began to happen. The landscape, and everything in it, began to take on, in succession, all the colors of the rainbow. The colors have been characterized as monochromatic sectors, which appeared to revolve and to subsist without any known support. In other words, the colors were not prismatic but individual rays of brilliant color. Dr. Garrett testifies, during the solar phenomenon, there were changes of color in the atmosphere. I looked first at the nearest objects and then extended my glance further afield as far as the horizon. I saw everything an amethyst color. Objects around me, the sky and the atmosphere, were of the same color. Soon I heard a peasant who was near me shout out in tones of stupefaction, "Look, that lady is all yellow." And in fact everything both near and far had changed to yellow. People looked as if they were suffering jaundice. My own hand was of the same color. The exact same report comes from another witness, Maria de Carmo. The sun took on all the colors of the rainbow. Everything took on the same colors: our faces, our clothes, the earth itself. 5. The falling of the sun. Now we come to the part of the miracle that made many of those present on the scene of the Cova de Iria believe that the world was ending. Such was the fearsomeness of the experience. This was clearly Our Lady's warning that the message of Fatima was not only a message, but also a very grave warning. What happened at that stage of the miracle is called the falling of the sun. Then suddenly, one heard a clamor, a cry of anguish breaking from all the people. The sun, whirling wildly, seemed to loosen itself from the firmament and advance threateningly upon the earth as if to crush us with its huge and fiery weight. The sensations during these moments were terrible. Many were confessing their sins aloud and crying to heaven for mercy. Parents were throwing themselves protectingly over their children. Some tried to run from the fire. Many were just paralyzed with fear. Again, the sun began to move and dance until it seemed that it was being detached from the sky and was falling on us. It was a terrible moment. It seemed like a wheel of fire that was about to fall on the people. Alfredo da Silva Santos reports, "The sun began to move and at a certain moment appeared to be detached from the sky and about to hurtle upon us like a wheel of flame." Even though many thousands were expecting imminent death and were making their final preparations for that event, the miracle was not the end, but a warning and an indication of the mercy of God and the intercessory power of the Mother of God, because the sun returned to the heavens. 6. Everybody's clothes were dry. Then the final miracle, the last manifestation of the intimate knowledge and love that God and His Blessed Mother has for mankind and for the pious faithful. Many of the witnesses, after panic was followed by sudden relief, would have thought the whole thing a dream if each one had not had a personal tangible evidence that they had been witnesses of an explosion of the supernatural. The captain of the regiment of soldiers on the mountain that day, with orders to prevent the gathering of the crowd, was converted instantly. Apparently so were hundreds of other unbelievers. Father Lorenzo. This enormous multitude was drenched, for it had rained unceasingly since dawn. But, though this may appear incredible, after the great miracle, everyone felt comfortable, and found his garments quite dry, a subject of general wonder. The truth of this fact has been guaranteed with the greatest sincerity by dozens and dozens of persons of absolute trustworthiness, whom I have known intimately from childhood, and who are still alive. 1937. We have it from Dr. Pereira Gens. I still remember the delicious sensation that this warm caress of the sun gave me. I felt my clothes almost dry now, although they were all wet a few moments ago. Note: Almeida Garrett was the professor of the Faculty of Sciences of the University of Coimbra.
A question to Sister Lucy Truth. Why focus on this issue? Isn't it so small compared to everything going on in the world and the church today? There are several points of response to this important question. First, we have to look at the political and ecclesiastical consequences of this issue, then the theological implications, and finally, the historical importance of the issue of Fatima. If the hypothesis of two Sister Lucys were true, consider the massive implications for what has been happening in the Church over the course of the 20th century. If the highest members of the Church hierarchy have been complicit in such a cover-up, the ramifications cannot be overstated. Yet we have already seen comparable corruption revealed in the past few decades with all the various scandals emerging from the Vatican. The replacement of Sister Lucy would be one more unraveled thread to the huge tapestry of corruption and radical changes that have occurred within the Church, especially since the 1960s. Theologically, devotion to the Immaculate Heart, devotion to Our Lady is vital in the life of every Catholic. Our Lady came to Fatima to establish devotion to the Immaculate Heart as a remedy for the calamities revealed to the seers, firstly, the vision of hell, and secondly, the wars, persecutions and famines that would occur in the 20th century. But from another theological perspective, the problem of Sister Lucy's identity and the twisting of Fatima cannot but raise these questions. Even conservative, mainstream church theologians and writers take the issue seriously and respond to it. If one studies the history of the 20th century, Fatima is at the heart of it. It touches directly upon the two world wars, the Cold War, and the spread of communism. It predicted the start of World War II if Our Lady was ignored. It coincided with the Bolshevik Revolution, with the final overturning of European Christendom in World War I, and finally, with the revolution within the Church herself beginning with the first working session of Vatican II on October 13, 1962, the anniversary of the Miracle of the Sun. It is a matter of historical fact that Our Lady came to Sister Lucy in 1929 specifically to ask for the consecration of Russia as if this were the most urgent matter. "The moment has come," she said to the seer of Fatima. We know from history what happened in those following years under Stalin's satanic regime and his policy of dekulakization, which killed millions of lives. Sister Lucy, trembling and sad, confirmed to Father Fuentes that 1960 would be a pivotal turning point in the history of the world and the Church, since Our Lady's requests for the consecration of Russia had not been heeded. She was silenced, and Father Fuentes was disavowed. The problems we spoke of earlier, the bizarre change in Sister Lucy, the catastrophic changes in the Church, and all of this tied up with the dilution of Fatima over decades of propaganda and silence by the highest Church authorities. These are problems at the heart of the Church that no observant or zealous Catholic can ignore. We must answer the question, what is the most reasonable explanation for them? The identity of Sister Lucy is emerging as a key to the answer. We are making the small contribution that God has providentially granted us the opportunity to make. Given the severity of the crisis within society and the Church, this issue may seem relatively small, yet it is worth the effort. Few have the opportunity to study theology systematically and defend Church doctrine. Few can become professional historians and publish how such dramatic changes could occur within generations. Fewer still can combine these fields with the opportunity to publicize this knowledge. Sister Lucy Truth is the simple and sincere effort of Dr. Peter Chojnowski to promote the true and the good in one small corner of the Church. We will continue to accumulate and post on this site new studies and research concerning this investigation as they are produced and published. All of the names of the relevant experts shall be published along with their professional findings. The truth of the disappearance of the true Sister Lucy and the identity of the impostor who took her place shall be placed before an internationally based private investigator who will investigate and solve the case. The fraud has been identified and named. We charge the highest officials in the Vatican with conspiracy to perpetuate and conceal the substitution of Sister Lucy dos Santos of Fatima with an as yet unknown impostor. Please support us by donating at sisterlucytruth.org/donate.
Many people apparently were deceived, and we were deceived. I was deceived for many years. During my time at the Fatima, working with the Fatima Center, not once did I ever hear about an imposter, Sister Lucy. Not once. It's about time we pursue this, and it's about time the Vatican come up with some answers. Because, Joseph Ratzinger, if you're out there, you know the truth, and you're on your deathbed or close to it. So come forward with the truth about the apparent substitution of Sister Lucy, of the hijacking of the message of Fatima. Come forward. This is grave matter. This is grave matter that affects the whole world. How can you not only go along with the taking out of the messenger of Fatima, the seer of Fatima, who saw the miracle of the sun, who predicted 3 times the miracle of the sun, and then it happened? How can you just stay there, knowing that this has happened, knowing that her persona has been hijacked, and that the message of Fatima has been totally hijacked, and basically the message of the third secret has been falsified, because everyone knows that is absolutely absurd that this third secret, which was supposed to be revealed in 1960 because it would be clear as to what's going on and what the message is about, why that secret should refer to an assassination attempt in 1981, 21 years later. It's absurd. Exactly. So the whole Vatican interpretation of third secret is absurd. If the real Sister Lucy were alive at that point, she would never go along with this falsification. She would never go along with it. And yet how many go along with this?
You may be aware that Dr. Peter Chojnowski, who is an American philosopher in Idaho, has founded the organization Sister Lucy Truth, with the goal of determining with certitude whether or not the woman the Vatican has paraded around as Sister Lucy of Fatima since 1959 is in fact that Sister Lucy to whom Our Lady appeared at Fatima in 1917, together with the other two children. The question is quite relevant when you look at photos of the woman known to be Sister Lucy all the way up into the 1940s, and then contrast those images with pictures of Sister Lucy in the 1960s and later. On the face of it, they just don't look like the same woman. But of course, that's not evidence, that's just a suspicion. So what Chojnowski did is he wanted to put the matter to rest one way or another, and so he raised funds and commissioned numerous scientists and other professionals to analyze and examine whatever data is available. And so now we have facial analysis, dental analysis, handwriting analysis, forensic art, professional opinions from plastic surgeons, and so on. All of the evidence that has been collected so far, with the official scientific reports and professional assessments, all of that has been posted at a website at sisterlucyimpostor.org. And that's sister spelled out and impostor with an ER ending. sisterlucyimpostor.org. So far, the verdicts of all the reports have been unanimous. The two women in question are not the same person. In other words, the woman known as Sister Lucy of Fatima, seen in photographs since the 1960s, is not, in fact, Sister Lucy of Fatima. That, at least, is what the evidence says that has been gathered so far. And if anyone has evidence to the contrary, that's fine too. Then contact Sister Lucy Truth and submit that evidence. The idea isn't to promote one particular theory, but to settle the question using the best technology available today. So we want to go by evidence, not by speculation, not by hypotheses, theories, or whatever. Now, the repercussions of this are tremendous. It means that anything purportedly coming from Sister Lucy after basically Pope Pius XII probably didn't come from her, or at least it's highly doubtful that it did. Certainly, the woman who appeared in public as Sister Lucy was not her, but an impostor, according to the evidence collected. What happened to the real Sister Lucy? Well, that's a question that will be investigated separately. Interestingly enough, and tragically enough, none of the well-known Recognize and Resist organizations have shown any interest whatsoever in this investigation or the results. And here I mean the Fatima Center, the Remnant, Catholic Family News, the Society of St. Pius X, and so forth. Apparently they don't care. And yet this is an issue that has nothing to do with sedevacantism or theology at all. It's only about whether or not the Vatican used a woman to impersonate Sister Lucy. And surely that is kind of a big deal, wouldn't you say? Well, on May 14th of this year, Chojnowski posted on his Rad Trat Thomist blog that the term diabolical disorientation now has to be discarded because it actually came not from the real Sister Lucy, but from the impostor. That, of course, is very unwelcome news for the organizations I just named, since they've basically built a whole theology, a theology of resistance, on that foundation of diabolical disorientation, a term introduced by the supposed Sister Lucy in the 1960s. Diabolical disorientation is what they always bring up when their theology runs into contradiction with the traditional doctrine. So, for example, they can say that the ideas put forth by an ecumenical council are junk because
diabolical disorientation.
They can say that the saints canonized by a true pope may in fact not be saints at all because
diabolical disorientation.
They can say that the new Mass of Paul VI is a defective rite of Mass, perhaps even invalid, because
diabolical disorientation.
And they can say that the Pope and with him the entire Church can adhere to a new and false religion because, you guessed it,
diabolical disorientation.
Yeah, come to think of it, maybe I understand now why they'd rather not bother with that Sister Lucy imposter thing. So far, the verdicts of all the reports have been unanimous. The two women in question are not the same person.
10.